I got it. You can do the others if you want to get this guy up and running. That's perfect. I've had.
All right, good morning, everybody. It's 9:12, and we're going to call to order this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. It will be our last meeting of the year, likely running 2 days as we have it agendized, and let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. I'm going to call for any additions or corrections to closed session by County Council.
No additions or corrections.
So this morning we have item number 1, letters A through E, and we're going to open it up for the public to share comments regarding items on this closed session agenda only at this time, inviting folks to come forward and share public comment, getting 2 minutes per speaker at this time. Seeing nobody coming forward in room, I'll invite folks via Zoom to use the raise hand function to be recognized. Seeing no hands going up, we'll go ahead and close the public comment on this closed session agenda. Recessing to closed session, will reconvene here in chambers at 10:30. And at this time, I'm going to call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. I'm going to see if there's any additions or corrections to this closed session agenda by County Council.
No additions or corrections.
This morning we have one item, 1A, on this agenda. I'm going to invite the public to share comments on this item at this time. Again, if you're joining us via Zoom and wish to comment, please use the raise hand function or *9 via landline to be recognized. I see no one coming forward in room, no hands going up via Zoom, so we'll go ahead and close the public comment on these items, recessing to closed session, reconvening here in chambers at 10:30 to resume the agendas. Thank you.
Kenya, can you hear us in the room? Beautiful. All right, we're all set.
All right, we've got a lawyer, so with that, we're going to call to order this meeting of the Board of Supervisors, reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. I'm going to ask for the announcement of our Spanish interpreter services by Kenya Cobos. Kenya, we'll give you the floor. Kenya, you might need to switch channels. Okay, si hay alguien que necesita la asistencia de traducción, está disponible en la pantalla de Zoom. Si estás aquí en el cuarto y necesitas traducción, está disponible acá enfrente. Si puedes pasar adelante, le podemos agarrar unos audífonos para participar de esa forma. Al fin, cuando vas a hacer sus comentarios, si nos hace el favor de pausar para poder traducir sus comentarios, sería la mejor forma de hacer eso. Gracias. Lo siento. Se me perdió ahí al fin. With that, I'm going to go ahead and ask if Supervisor Alejo doesn't mind leading us in the pledge this morning.
You all rise for our nation's pledge, please. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With that emphasis on for all, with that, we have additions and corrections by our clerk, and I'm going to ask the clerk to take us through those.
Yes, we have several, and that is we have corrections to item numbers 34, 47, 49, and 50 under consent agenda in Natividad Medical Center, and we have received revised board reports on all of these items.
With all those having been noted for the record, we'll proceed to our ceremonial resolutions. We have items 1 through 4 today. Is there any member of the public who wishes to make a comment at this time on these ceremonial resolutions? I don't see anybody in room. I do have a hand up. I see a Janet Hardesty. Janet, this is comments on resolutions. We'll give you the floor for 2 minutes. Janet Hardesty, you'll have to unmute yourself on your end. All right, last call, Janet. Seeing no movement, we're going to go ahead and close public comment on our resolutions. Bring it back. Is there a motion to approve these resolutions? Got a motion from Askew.
Second.
Second from Church. I will ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, with that, the motion carries unanimously. At this point, I'm going to come down and make a presentation to Jennifer, the wife of Eddie Barragan, and their son I know is present with us as well. If the team from Public Works would join me up front. We take seriously the county family. Please come forward. In this county family, we take seriously the connection we have to one another. And earlier this year, this is the third time in this chamber that we're upholding the name of Eddie Barragan, a member of our county family who lost his life too soon. He was a part of the bridge crew, proud member, a jokester, always had people laughing. His humor is what came through as so many people shared their stories about him. And when we looked back on his time with the county, we realized he was at a milestone. And here at the county, we always try to lift those up because we have so many people who've been with the county for extremely long stretches. And even though Eddie was very young, he gave the majority of his life to the residents of Monterey County, working hard every single day to make sure that our bridges were safe, that our infrastructure was ready. But that wasn't his only role. His role was a family man. And his family is here today to accept this resolution honoring his time with us here at the county, his love for his teams like the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? And it's just difficult to be up here today, but I want to thank his family. And before I hand them the mic, ask Randy Ishii, the head of Public Works Facilities and Parks, to say a few words. Here you go, Randy.
Thank you so very much, Chair Lopez. And thank you very much, members of the board, for bestowing this sermon resolution to Jennifer Barragan and to Eddie's family. We have over 1,260 miles of county-maintained roads, 175 bridges, and $500 million of road appurtenances and a road right-of-way, all of which the team members in Public Works dutifully maintain for our public. And Eddie was one of those invaluable team members, specifically on the bridge crew, ensuring that our public had drivable infrastructure to get from point A to point B and conduct their daily lives and get product to market. There are very difficult tasks of which they do day in, day out, and Eddie endured all of that. As I had told you, Ms. Barragan, on or about the funeral service, on behalf of the Public Works, Facilities and Parks Department and our Public Works family, we thank you for the nearly 20 years of dedicated service that Eddie provided us, and we thank you for loaning him to us for all those times where we got the late call-outs, the weekend work that we have to do, any storm repair work, any work that he does to support the tree crew, sanitation crew, or any of the other services that we provide. So thank you, thank you, thank you. With that, I'd like our Bridge Superintendent, Jesse Mercado, to say a few words too.
Thank you, Randy. Yeah, Eddie was one of those guys that you could depend on, especially when it got hard. When there was one year, I could remember. I think my wife had an emergency. We had to go to the hospital because she was having our child, and we were doing chip seal at the time. And he was next in line because he was my partner as driving the major equipment that threw the rock on the road. And I called him. I go, hey, you're going to be the dude. You're it. He's like, how dare you do this to me? You know I wasn't ready. I go, you're ready now, man. Just get in there. And he's like, you're going to get it, man, when you get back. I go, it'll be 3 months from now. So I took my days off, and he's like, I go, how did it go? And he's like, man, I think I sweated out like 20 pounds in one day. So, like I said, he was a guy I always ran to, and he get things done. And he was a funny guy. He was always had funny scenarios, and we would mix it up and make fun of things. And even another passing that we had with the bridge crew of Johnny, and we'd always bring Johnny up in our memories, and he goes, remember Johnny did this and this and that, and I was like, oh my God. And he's like, it's now we're going to be telling stories like that about Eddie, and it hurts, but it's going to be, he's still there, and it's still going to be great, but not as great as him not being here. But Jen, like I said, thank you for everything, and Michael, and he had great things to say about you guys all the time, and he was always proud of you guys. Sometimes he would, I go, you just, the way it is, don't worry about it. Everything works out the way it works out. And he's like, yeah, I know. But he was always proud of you guys. Thank you.
So before I put you on the spot, I just want to call out that the work we do is important as public servants, but nothing is as important as the legacy that we leave behind and the people that we loved. And so we made that a key part of this resolution that we're going to present to you in just a moment. It's clear that he was survived by his loving wife, Jennifer, his children, Chris and Araceli, little Eddie with Anissa, Javier with Isabel, and Michael with Alma, his grandsons, Jack and Romeo, his goddaughter, Nevea, his father, Pancho, with Petra, his mother, Felipe, with Francis, his brothers, Frank, Lorraine, Joel, with Ashley, and Joseph. and the numerous nieces, nephews, extended family, colleagues, and friends who will forever hold his memory close. And we want to thank you all for your sacrifice and letting him spend time with us and make so many incredible memories. And with that, Jennifer, I want to present you this resolution and hand you the mic.
Okay. I just want to thank the county for all the support. This means a lot. It's really hard. But I am thankful and I'm grateful for all of you and all of your support. And thank you.
At this time, I'm going to ask Patrick Matthews to come up and join us. Patrick probably knows more about everybody in this room than they know about themselves. And I say that because this man has studied waste streams for years. I'm sorry, resource streams for years. I see Mandy staring at me. The work of dealing with the thing that we get to put in a bin and have disappear is difficult work. But there's been a lot of evolution, a lot of advancement, and people like Patrick are at the forefront of that. For years, he's not just led here in terms of leading the Solid Waste Authority that takes away our waste and makes sure that it gets put away properly, but he's led at the state level, helping transform legislation and make sure that the realities on the ground are achievable with the outcomes that the state is expecting. It's not always easy. I often harp on him for the unfunded mandates that I know he has no responsibility for. But his life and dedicating himself to improving our environment and the world that we live in is something that we cannot thank you for enough, Patrick. So many communities like ours, they don't feel seen or heard, but when folks drive through Gonzales knowing that that is the place that the landfill is, and it's so well operated, they still talk about Crazy Horse, Alone, all these places that had to be consolidated and done well, and you've led on that front, building a team that is extremely capable. You're leaving us such an incredible legacy to follow, and know that we are grateful for your service to the Solid Waste Authority, because at the end of the day, the outcomes that you've created are real, they're tangible, and we're so grateful for your sacrifice. We know that it's not always the shortest commute for you, especially with recent traffic patterns, but we're grateful for your service to all the residents of Monterey County and for your leadership in building an organization that prides itself in keeping costs low, knowing that at the end of the day, that impact matters to every single one of our residents, while keeping us on the leading edge and the bleeding edge of what is possible in reducing our impact on the earth. And so thank you. As you come into retirement, know that this board appreciates all of your years of sacrifice and commitment to our residents. And how many years has it been? Here.
17 and a half.
And how many in the industry?
42 and a half.
42 and a half years in industry. Let's give him a round of applause.
Well, I look around this room and I see 5 people that really make this work, and this is the management team at the authority. Because really, without them and without their leadership and the work that they do day in and day out, this wouldn't happen. I'm just a facilitator, but these are the folks that actually get on the ground and do the work in the community, and they understand all the technical, political, and legislative issues that we have to deal with. And don't get me started on unfunded mandates. Our industry is one of the most heavily regulated industries in the world. We have multiple state, federal agencies and local agencies that are looking over our shoulder every day because waste doesn't go away. So next time you go to the garbage can, all of you, just remember where away is. We are away, and it's not easy, and people don't necessarily like away, but it's essential, and it's important that we all contribute to making that that waste handled in a way that's going to benefit the world, really, and our environment for decades and centuries to come. So I appreciate all your help, Chris, and everything that the board has done to support our agency over the years, and appreciate this honor. Thank you.
Let's get your team up here for a photo. Come on, guys, no hiding. Give them a round of applause. All right, last but not least is Marie Butcher in the house. You've all heard about the impact of the arts on our lives. And a few years ago, working with the Arts Council, we started a Poet Laureate program for Monterey County. It's a way to lift up the stories of our residents and to bring to the forefront the talent we have in our community while making our stories true in a unique way. And Marie is this year's Poet Laureate, chosen by the Arts Council. Can we give her a round of applause for that? So we've heard a lot about Miss in the news lately, but Marie is actually the program head and professor of English for academic and professional purposes at Miss. She received her degree from Colorado College with a Bachelor of Arts and a degree in French language, literature, and received a Master's of Fine Arts degree from San Francisco State University. So she will be the third recipient of the Monterey County Poet Laureate by the Arts Council for Monterey County with a 2-year term starting in 26. So we're doing this early so that you can hit the ground running in January. And with that, we want to thank you for helping to elevate poetry in our community, the arts, and we know that with that, the outcomes for our community is they are able to express themselves and feel seen is so important. So thank you for the work that you do, and want to hand you the floor to see what you have to share with us.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the Arts Council, to the committee, to all of the collaborators and lovers of poetry. And you stole some of my words already, because I was going to say I'm really looking forward to sharing truth with youth, creating resonance in our dissonant environment that we're living in right now. And I do have a few words to share for you here. We are but guests on sacred land, this land beneath your feet, whether dirt or smooth by concrete. The land beneath us speaks in full measured vibratos or gentle whispers. The land invites you to be an active listener. We are but guests on the land of ancestors, and so we bow in every direction to the ancestors and their descendants on the land, this land at the crossroads, to the Shalom of the east, Esalen and Salinan of the south, to the Amamutsen of the north, to the Rumsen of the west, and to all our relations of creation here and everywhere. We are but guests of the woodlands, whose original instructions are spoken in myriad tongues, language of the sun, wind, rains, breezes, and trees, oaks, willows, essential language of bees, all pollinators, moss, and colibríes. We are but guests on this soil where our compañeros toil, picking winter greens and plump fresas in summertime. We bow to those who tend and bend to harvest fruits with their bare hands. We are but guests here, blessed to live amongst deer, foxes, skunk, possum, all creatures seeking safe passage to their mates. At dusk and dawn, paths trodden on long before roads were paved. We are but guests of rivers and sea, dependent on same streams as fish, frogs, salamanders, and waterfowl. A reminder not to foul shared waters with pesticides, so all may drink and breathe more easily. We are but guests of wild hills where endangered condors soar with falcons, hawks, and owls. If you can't see Condor Wasak, you may sing a native song to welcome him home. We are but guests on the land of our children, working under the sun in offices or open spaces to feed and keep them safe in malls and halls of schools, making every space an inviting vecindario. We are but guests on this sacred land, relearning idiomas of love and respect and care, recognizing we're all interwoven communities, land, river, human, braided with plant, animal, sea. All these languages live in our cellular memory. Look at your palms and see the rivers. Listen to the wind to remember. Wisdom of elders and their descendants, guardians of original instructions. We are but guests here on this tierra sagrada, sacred land. Imhala, Muishinin, Imhala, Pire, one love, one earth. Shururu, shururu. Thank you very much. Gracias.
Thank you. Round of applause for our poet laureate. And Supervisor Daniels would like to say a few words.
I just wanted to take the opportunity to come up and congratulate Marie, because I have had the distinct pleasure of knowing Marie for many years and knowing that Marie is a person who is so deeply compassionate and caring about her fellow human beings. And I wanted to say something because I feel like this opportunity for you as our poet laureate means that so many more people are going to have the opportunity to hear from you. And, you know, if this world were filled with people like Marie, it would be a very different place where we all live. So thank you for the work that you do. Congratulations on this honor, and how exciting that it's just going to be another opportunity for so many more people in Monterey County to experience Marie Butcher. So thank you.
Thank you.
Stay up here with us. Do we have any representatives from the Arts Council that want to join us? Please come on up. And I will hand you this. Do we have Don Sosa Lopez with us? All right, come on up. And let's go ahead and bring up Chief with us as well. Round of applause. Because she's receiving the 2025 Probation Business Manager Association's Tim Ward Award. Can we give her a round of applause again for that? Dawn's been with us since 2007, hired in on March 19th, and she's always willing to share her knowledge, making sure to help others along the way. That's a key call out in this resolution and one of the key reasons that you were selected for this award. You give generously of yourself to all of your colleagues, and they've called you out and needing to recognize all of your efforts. And for that reason, we are pausing today to acknowledge you here in front of the Board of Supervisors, but more importantly, in front of our community as the award winner for this year's Tim Ward Award. And we want to thank you for your service to Monterey County and to all probation departments through the sharing of your knowledge and wisdom with so many others. And before I hand you the resolution and the mic, I do want to ask Chief to share a few words.
Thank you. So, good morning, Chair Lopez. Thank you, and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for recognizing Dawn Sosa today. So Dawn's exceptional leadership in managing our financial operations does not go unnoticed. Her professionalism, accuracy, and dedications has strengthened our organization and supported our success in all the programs that we deliver to our community. And in short, I mean, I don't think I could do my job without Dawn. She's always been extremely welcoming, supportive. From day one, when I became the chief, she was there for me, going through the budgets and everything that's important to our department and our community. So I really wanted to thank you for all the work that you do.
Few words.
Few words. I want to first thank the board and thank you, Supervisor Lopez, for this wonderful recognition. I'm grateful and humbled by being recognized by my peers in PBMA and also the Monterey County family. There's a whole bunch of you guys here from probation and other departments, so thank you for being here. In addition, I want to specifically thank Chief Ramirez, Assistant Chief Kenyon, retired Chiefs Todd Keating and Marcia Parsons, and I also served under Chief Real. So I think I'm up to 5 chiefs now. But that being said, with their leadership and support of their team members in the past and the future and believing in innovation, team building, that led to my participation in PBMA, and I'm really grateful for that. The work environment of probation is just stupendous. I couldn't ask for a better county family, and every day I'm inspired by what we do and how we do it. I do want to take a minute to thank my family. They're here to support me, and I really appreciate them, especially during budget prep season. So thank you guys for staying with me on that. And then in addition, I also want to thank my probation team, and they're here. Most of them are here in the middle here, but specifically Olivia Montoya is my finance lead. She leads the team, and my goodness, we do so many things behind the scenes to keep probation going that people don't realize. We process payroll, we keep the bills paid, we do victim restitution, and we do it with a smile on our face, with customer support. So thank you guys for being behind the scenes. You guys are the finance ninjas, as I call you guys, and you guys rock. Thank you for letting me be up here and supporting me, all of you.
So I'm going to hand her the resolution, but I'm going to go a little off script and ask the family that she called out, both blood and county family, to come up and join us for this photo. This is a huge thing to celebrate. So please come forward and join us for the photo.
Thank you.
request.
All right. With that, we've arrived at appointments. We're going to take item 5 separately from the others, and we'll start with that. And that is the appointment of one of the following 3 nominees, Paige Viren, Jenny Kwan, and Gail Pittman, to the Economic Development Committee as a higher education representative with a term ending at the pleasure of the board. So at this time, I'll turn over to our CEO just to hear a little bit about the appointment we're about to make.
Yes, and I do have Karina joining us this morning as well. And actually, we might have Richard Vaughn here. Sorry, switching glasses here. And if you'd come on up, Richard. And he is with the Economic Development Committee. So if you'd provide a little bit more information as to these 3 nominations and what you're asking from the board today.
CAO, Richard Vaughn, Economic Development Manager. Yes, so these 3 were the 3 finalists that were whittled down from a total of 11 candidates that submitted applications for the higher education position for the Economic Development Committee. And the committee could not make a final decision on one individual. So these were the 3 that they put forward to the board to hopefully make a final decision on one candidate to fill the position for our Economic Development Committee going forward.
All right, thank you very much. So at this time, what I'd like to do is invite those who are present with us as nominees, as candidates, to share a few words with us. I'll allow 3 minutes per candidate and ask the clerk to set that clock for us. I'll go ahead and take them as they are in order in front of me. Is Paige Viren with us? I see her hand up on Zoom, so we'll go there. You should have the ability to unmute yourself. Perfect.
Good morning. How is everyone? My name is Paige Viren, and I'm the Executive Director for the Sustainable Hospitality and Tourism Management Program at Cal State Monterey Bay. We're in the College of Business. And I work closely with the hospitality and tourism industry in Monterey County, which is, of course, one of the leading job generators in our community. My background is focused on sustainable community-based development, which really honors the culture, the environment, and is cognizant of the economic impact of tourism. I think the sustainability facet is really important because we live in a really beautiful place. And I think emphasizing place attachment and sense of place in creating tourism and hospitality jobs that honor where we live. We have 2 other excellent candidates here. Any of us, I think, would be excellent representatives. I think workforce development has really become an emphasis, that we're creating the next generation of leaders. And, we want to be able to provide them with opportunities. And that means industries like ag and hospitality need to be thriving. So I serve on several other boards and would be excited to participate and contribute to this board. And I apologize I wasn't able to be there in person today, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Viren. Next up in order here is Jenny Kwan. We'll give you the floor here in the room. Thank you for being with us.
I'm Jenny Kwan. I'm a professor in the College of Business. You just heard from my colleague, Paige Viren. I just want to thank you all for considering my application. I completely agree with Paige. You cannot go wrong with any of the applicants. So I teach entrepreneurship. I also teach nonprofit management. I'm the executive director of the college's Institute for Innovation and Economic Development. I love entrepreneurship. I don't just teach those 2 subjects, I also do them. So I advise nonprofit and for-profit entrepreneurs all the time, trying to help them navigate a tough, environment and so on. I'm also part of the Salinas Valley Initiative for Economic Development, Inclusive Economic Development, which is run by the Community Foundation. And it's just been it's a consortium of nonprofit organizations in the Salinas Valley. And it's just been an incredible group to be a part of. And so kind of what I work on, this is a higher ed seat, is, what can higher ed do to promote a more diversified economy, better jobs, education through education. And so, to the extent that we can encourage people to start their own businesses or grow their own business, make their existing businesses more resilient. Those are the kinds of things I work on, and also just getting more people educated and really serving the people who live here. Getting the people who live here educated, starting businesses, joining good businesses and growing them. Those are the kinds of things that we work on both at the Institute and in the college. And so to the extent that any of that can be of service to the committee, that's kind of what I do and what I love. So thank you again for your time and for considering my application.
Thank you so much. And last but certainly not least, we have Dr. Gail Pittman.
Good morning, Chair Lopez and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Dr. Gail Pittman. I'm the Vice President of Institutional Equity, Effectiveness, and Success at Hartnell College, and I thank you for the opportunity to be considered for the Monterey County Economic Development Committee. Monterey County has extraordinary diversity, but also distinct economic challenges and inequities. Our economy has long been concentrated in a few sectors: agriculture in the Salinas Valley, and tourism and hospitality on the peninsula. These industries are powerful engines, yet vulnerable to common challenges, including climate change, automation, workforce shortages, and a limited number of high-wage jobs. Our county is also deeply stratified by ethnicity, income, and geography. According to the U.S. Census, the Salinas metropolitan area has the largest racial and ethnic wage gap in the country, contributing significantly to income inequality. These realities underscore the need for a county-wide strategy that lifts all communities, diversifies our economy, and strengthens regional cohesion. This brings me to why Hartnell College needs to be at the table. More than 15,000 students enroll at Hartnell each year, including many from South County. Actually, 1 out of 5 of our students are from South County, the areas with the lowest levels of educational attainment in the region. All share a common goal, which is access to living wage jobs and careers. When students achieve that, the entire region grows stronger. Hartnell's workforce development strategy is to offer programs leading to high-wage jobs while partnering with industry to grow new economic opportunities. Hartnell collaborates with Reservoir Farms, Joby Aviation, Salinas Valley Health, Taylor Farms, Ocean Mist, and many other companies and industry leaders. We are strengthening sectors such as healthcare, computer science, mechatronics, cybersecurity, and advanced transportation and air mobility. Educating students into prosperity has the power to break generational cycles of poverty and build long-term regional resilience. As for my preparation to serve on this committee, I've worked in California community colleges for 25 years and at Hartnell since 2023. My work centers on using data to translate regional economic and educational needs into measurable solutions and ensuring those solutions reach the communities that need them the most. I bring experience in strategic planning, workforce alignment, systems thinking, and equity-centered leadership, all critical to shaping the county's economic strategy. On a personal level, I've been connected to the Central Coast for almost 30 years, returning in 2009 and then making this my full-time home since joining Hartnell. I was part of the 2024 cohort of Leadership Monterey County, which gave me a deeper understanding of the strengths and opportunities of our region. I serve on local nonprofit boards, steering committees, and statewide organizations because I value civic involvement and collective impact. I care deeply about this region and understand both the opportunities and challenges ahead. If selected, I would be honored to contribute my experience to this committee, and I thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Pittman. All right, at this time, if the board's okay with it, I'm going to open up to public comment on this appointment. We'll start there. So is there any public input on the appointment before us? This would be your time. If you're going to comment via Zoom, please use the raise hand function. I see nobody coming forward in the room. We'll go to Zoom. I see a hand up from Ozzy V. Ozzy, do you have a comment on this appointment?
Yes. So about the appointment, I do want to make sure the person who's going to get appointed, hopefully, I'm hoping the person who's appointed, hopefully, I'm hoping the person who's appointed has integrity.
Ozzy, we can't hear what you're saying. We'll start your clock over.
All right. Are you able to hear me now?
We can hear you, yeah. And this is on the appointment.
Yes, in the appointment of the lady to the these new positions, yes. Yes. So my concern, so my concern about the points will be, so by the appointments, I do hope they have integrity. I do hope that they lead with integrity, with respect, and they will help the community. And so again, I just hope that they're not a bunch of poverty pimps. And so again, I just hope that they're not a bunch of poverty pimps who are just here to make money. I do hope that they serve the community before profits. That's all I gotta say for my time. Thank you, and I conclude my time for this matter.
Thank you, Ozzy. All right, I don't see any other hands up or anybody coming forward in public, so I'll bring it back. And as we open up this conversation, I first just want to open by saying thank you to all three of these incredible candidates. I know that I've had the opportunity to work with two of you directly, and you're absolutely incredible leaders who have helped already change the face of Monterey County and opportunity and access for so many of our residents. And I'm just so grateful that you're all willing to step in and put your name in this hat to help us move the needle even further. So with that, I'll bring it back to my colleagues. I see Supervisor Daniels reaching for the unmute, so we'll go there.
I'm just going to make some comments. My comment is to Richard for dumping this task on us with three clearly excellent candidates. And what I would just like to say as a comment to my colleagues, and you probably have some more experience with the candidates and with the Economic Development Committee, is that I think it's really important that we are doing everything we can in Monterey County to train our young people and our workforce for the good paying jobs of tomorrow. We've got to keep people in our county, and we've got to create opportunities and support visionaries and support innovation so we can be producing good paying jobs for our community in Monterey County. So I would definitely be looking for a candidate that has the vision beyond even our traditional industries in ag and hospitality, both that as well as looking for the vision that moves beyond that to create pathways and opportunities for the kind of innovation that would allow, and the training that would allow for folks to stay in our community and for us to be even more sustainable and stronger in the future. But I will defer to you all and hear what you have to say in terms of your experience with these candidates and your experience with the Economic Development Committee. But super impressive, all three candidates who came forward and made comments today.
So to be clear, you're pulling a Richard.
Why, thank you. No, Richard already did this to us, so I don't know. I mean, the committee clearly struggled.
Yeah, for good reason.
And I've got nothing to add, but I'll weigh in if needed, so I won't be a full Richard.
Appreciate that. All right, we'll go to Supervisor Askew.
Great, thank you. Thank you to the committee for doing such a great outreach so that we have candidates who are applying to these seats. I know we've struggled sometimes in the past to have a wide variety of candidates apply, and so I think we've done a great job. And to the candidates, I just want to say thank you for the work that you're doing. I've also had the opportunity to work with and engage with different folks in different spaces, and it makes me really proud that we have our local CSU Monterey Bay and our local community colleges that are as engaged and wanting to partner with the county and our partners in this way. So thank you for all applying. Having said all of that, I think we can't go wrong. We could probably roll a dice and end up really well. And I hope that everyone who has applied will continue to remain engaged with the committee. All of our committees are open, and we need feedback from the broader community in greater ways. I have asked that we find ways to include the Salinas Economic Development Initiative work as a coordinated effort with the county. And so I'm glad to know that sort of that outreach is happening. And I saw a lot of folks in the audience earlier who were part of that initiative. But also having said that, I think that having Hartnell and having the a broader representation, we have a lot of representatives from the peninsula already on the committee. Given the way that the development set-aside funding works, it has been mostly directed back into hospitality, at least percentage-wise, and which is where the funds are coming from. But I do think that it would be valuable to bring some, as Kate was saying, some of the broader perspectives into the room. So I haven't been appointed to the Economic Development Committee though, so I would love to hear from our reps. But my sort of hearing from everyone and reading all the information and looking at the bigger picture of how do we balance out all of the interests and needs, I think that the opportunity to bring balance by adding Hartnell and Dr. Gail Pittman to the seat would make sense given where we're at, with appreciation and deep respect to everyone who's put their name forward.
Supervisor Church.
Sure. Well, as I sit on this committee with Supervisor Alejo, as well of I don't know quite a few other folks from the community, and we had two positions on labor and to education to fill, and we had a really good selection to pull for both those positions, and these three candidates, were all highly qualified, as already been stated here. So when it came to us, and all defense of Richard, we were able to make a decision for the labor, but we weren't able to make a decision here onto these, and tried to narrow it down here and kick it over to the board, where I kind of figured we'd have this sort of discussion again, but we can't go wrong. That's all I'm going to say. And I really don't know if we could really say there was a preference of, maybe Supervisor Alejo recalls differently, but I don't think there really was a preference. I think we just felt that there was three really good, solid candidates, and there were reasons for all of them. And now it's our decision.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I would agree with everything Supervisor Church said. When it came to labor, there was only two applicants, and it was the committee made it an easy choice in recommending Cesar Lara, which is on item number 7, which we'll vote on later. But we had a long list of applicants for the higher education position, and we had an ad hoc committee that kind of narrowed the list to, I think, 6 or 7. And so the committee did narrow it down some more to the top 3, but when they did take a vote, but it was so close that we thought it wasn't fair to the applicants just to make a choice when we were kind of split so closely. So we at least narrowed it to the top 3 here today. But I did want to recognize that there was a really big turnout of applicants out of CSU Monterey Bay, which was great to see that we haven't had in the past. And we all understand how critical the CSU campus is for not only Monterey County, but for the region as a whole on economic development issues. But certainly some of us, I did express this during the committee, I'm a little biased only because I would like to see more Salinas Valley participation on the committee. And that's why I also, I kind of lean towards Gail, representing such a critical institution like Hartnell College that serves a good portion of the Salinas Valley.
And I'll just share, I've had the opportunity to work directly with both Dr. Viren and Gail. And Dr. Viren's always been at the front edge of that advocacy piece that I think is at times missing. We talk about things after, right, when it's in the news and after a decision's been made, but she's so up front and at that leading edge that I've always been so thankful of her willingness to reach out and say, hey, here's what I'm hearing, here's what I'm seeing, and it's so important to me. I've also worked directly with Dr. Pittman on so many incredible efforts, including the Salinas Valley Promise, and helping to make sure to get the critical needs of the Salinas Valley before not just the executives and the administration at Hartnell, but in front of the entire staff, and making sure that they understand those equity values that we live every day and don't just speak to, as this board has really carried forward in its work, is important to me. And given looking at the structure of the board, specifically the lack of Salinas Valley representation today, I would feel comfortable supporting what I'm hearing at this point, which is making sure that the seat has a Hartnell representative and Dr. Gail Pittman this morning. So that's sort of where I'm sitting at this point. I'll turn it back. I see Supervisor Askew reaching for a mic.
Yeah, just given the conversation and hearing from my colleagues, I'm comfortable making a motion to appoint Dr. Gail Pittman to the Economic Development Committee as our higher education representative with the term ending at the pleasure of the board.
Motion, is there a second? Got a second from Supervisor Alejo. Any other thoughts? All right, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you, and thank you all again for being willing to step up and serve. Thank you. All right, round of applause. At this point, we have a balance of our appointments 6 through 11. Is there a member of this board who wishes to pull one of those for comments, questions, or alternative action? See nobody jumping, we'll go to the public, see if there's any member of the public who wishes to pull one of these appointments for comments, question, or alternative action. Hearing and seeing none, I'll bring it back. Is there a motion to approve items 6 through 11?
I shall move to approve appointments.
Taking the motion from Church, the second from Alejo. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Abstentions? Motion carries. That was a lot easier, Richard. Just going to point that out. All right. Now we're at consent. We have a significant consent today. Those are items 30 through 98. I'm going to start with my colleagues up here on the dais and see if there's a desire to remove an item from our consent agenda.
Yeah.
I'm going to start with Supervisor Church.
Okay. Yeah, I have a couple of items here. One, I want to see if we can remove, postpone until tomorrow, and that's item 82. Have some questions, a little more research I want to do on that, and I'm not really quite ready to pull up a vote on that today. So I know we have a meeting tomorrow, and if we could address that then. I also had a question on 75, 83, and a comment on 95.
Okay. Others?
82 and 84.
Supervisor Askew, did you have?
Question, comment on 52, which is a region fair share agreement. I guess it would just be a comment at this point. A question on 68, which is a Department of Homeland Security grant, and a question on 84, the Kents Court rent increase.
Okay. Supervisor Daniels, any this morning? All right. We'll go out to the public, see if there's any members of the public who have additional items that have not yet been mentioned that they wish to pull for comment, question, or alternative action. See no one in room. I've got two hands up via Zoom. I'll start with Ozzy V. Ozzy, can you please come off mute and just let us know which number you're hoping to speak to today, or numbers?
Answer that question. What time is public comment? What time is public comment? What time is public comment today? What time is the public comment for this meeting?
Okay, so the public comment will be after consent.
Okay, I have a question about.
This is for items on our consent agenda. Is there a number?
Yes, the 252 Homeland Security Grant. I'm the Homeland Security Grant. I have a concern about the Homeland Security Grant. The Homeland Security Grant.
I think that was 68, right, Supervisor Askew?
No.
68.
No.
Okay. Well, we'll call on you when we bring up 68. Then I'm going to go to a phone number ending in 902. Can you let us know which item you wish to speak to this morning?
79.
79. All right. Then I'm going to go ahead and start with Supervisor Church. Let's go with item 75.
Sure. It says this. I was just trying to understand the numbers onto here, and I saw that about $995,000 was allocated to it, but the county's expenses are only $790, and I'm just trying to get clarification if we're running this one under budget, $200,000, or if that this is item on the 75, which would be probably facilities. It's for the implementation of the solar energy projects at Natividad Medical Center, Moffett Street, and Elso.
Hi, Supervisors. This is Cora Pantra with the Sustainability Program. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
So when we originally went out and did the contracting process for this project, we had a contingency budget that was supplied by Optera. So they are our principal contractor. So they supplied an extra, I believe, like $325,000 as part of a contingency that they volunteered for the project. So as part of this change order, we are exhausting the contractor supplied contingency. So that is why the costs are a little bit lower.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just didn't quite see that clarified there, and I wanted to make sure I understood that is the case. I go to item 83, which is...
Let me, just because they're going to be a little different today based on public comment, I'm going to ask, is there anybody else with comments on 75? All right.
83?
83.
83, so the parking lot across the street here is going to be closed for a few months while there's some paving and some solar facilities put in there. And employees are going to be parking down by closer to the train station. I know it's a little bit of a walk, and I'm just a little concerned about having the proper accommodations for some folks at times over that period, that few months, and whether or not we would have any shuttle available or some parking if somebody needs something. I mean, somebody sprains an ankle or something, it's a little bit of a walk. There's a lot of different factors that can come into for a lot of people over a period of 3 months.
We'll send that back to Cora.
Thank you. So a couple of things, and I can share my screen just to illustrate this as well. Okay, can you see this map?
It's coming up.
So I just want to go over a couple of points while this is loading. So as Supervisor Church said, we are closing parking lot C, which is the south employee lot. And in the meantime, we will have the parking lot available over on the Amtrak train station parking lot. So the difference in this is about 1,600 feet of walking path. The ADA spots that are in parking lot B, which is the guest parking lot outside of the board chambers, that will remain open and available for use. And can you confirm that you can see this map?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. So all the ADA spots will be available in parking lot B, and the back lot will also remain open as well. So that will not affect most people's travel who are using the parking lot A lot to the rear of the building.
Yeah, I guess my concern is more not for necessarily for ADA, but for folks who might have a temporary issue that comes up or being ill or something. It's an 8 or 10 minute walk is a little bit of a jaunt, and I'm just bringing up that I think we really should have some accommodations just to make it easy for some of our employees when they come over.
So we have explored the option for a shuttle. Sorry, it looks like I'm having some computer difficulty, so I took the screen down. We explored the possibility of having a shuttle operate from the parking lot and that we would be renting during this period, and that would come out to about $20,000 a month to have a continuous shuttle operating. Or we could have a scheduled shuttle, which would be around $1,600 a month. So $16,000 a month. So ultimately, over the project span where we would need to have these accommodations, this would be a $60,000 impact to the project. So this is something that we are able to pursue if requested. Again, it is a significant project impact, but the additional walk right now is about 8 to 10 minutes of a walk from the Amtrak parking lot with a signalized crosswalk. From the existing lot, it's between 3 and 5 minutes, depending on your speed. So that's just something for the board to consider if we would like to have that additional accommodation in place.
Thank you, Cora. I think what I'm hearing is perhaps just looking for a little more human flexibility, right? There's the policy side where we can sign and badge and do all those things, but I think the request here is just understanding that maybe there's a point person, whether that's yourself or Randy or someone on his team, that if somebody feels a need for a little additional accommodation that may not rise to the point of ADA, again, nothing permanent, perhaps somebody tweaks their back or twists their ankles, was said earlier, that there's a human factor there to be able to reach out and say, can we get a temporary upgrade to an A for a few weeks to help give that grace, given that potential challenge. I don't think we're looking to spend an extra 60 grand in the process, but just looking for that human flexibility factor to be built in. Supervisor Daniels?
Stole the words right out of my mouth.
Perfect.
That was what I was going to say. Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
We are happy to address that. If a concern like that comes out, we will make it clear that I will be your point contact, as well as Sophia Magana in the County Administrative Office. And we can make sure that if we have temporary accommodations that need to occur, then we can work with staff to make that work.
Perfect. All right. Okay. Supervisor Church,
And then
95.
finally,
Let me check any public comment on 83. All right, go for it.
And then finally, on item 95, which is the Oak Hills CSA 45, as the board may recall, a few months ago, there was discussion on increasing the fees on that CSA because it's underfunded, and there's a lot of confusion in the of exactly what that might mean. This has about almost 650, 700 residents there, and really a small group was trying to sort it through on this and doing what they could. I just want to kind of point out that what my office did, and use this as an example because I've really tried to engage community and always having much of an open door and let people come in if they have concerns, is that we did a mailing out listing the options to the community with a cover letter with a community meeting afterwards, and gave people in that community a right to vote on which of their choices. Should they raise the CSA fees? Should they let the HOAs take it over? Should they keep it the same and just cut services? And I specifically stated I would do whatever the majority of the folks wanted to do there. It came back really clear, 60% in favor of wanting to raise this, had almost 25 to 30% turnout, which is about what you get in your June election around here. So I felt that was really good. And I felt it was really clear. I've had a lot of people come up to me and appreciate, and they say that we really appreciated that you let us, informed us what was going on, gave us an input onto this. And, it's very similar to what I think we've done with the 20 million in Pajaro, really getting community engagement. I really think it's the way to go. Again, just suggesting this for future CSA issues that come up, because this is a difficult issue to get something out to everybody, and just directly mailing to them with laying it out is sometimes the best way we can go. So I just wanted to bring that up as possible.
Thank you. Any other comments on 95? All right. Hearing none, Supervisor Alejo, I have 82 down for you next. And I think, go for it.
I would agree with what Supervisor Church suggested, to bring this tomorrow.
Good with
I think we all need to look at it closely because it's very broad than what current law requires. Currently, under reporting of gifts or tickets, there's a $630 limit per the FPPC that has to be reported annually, usually in March on our Form 700. This is now instituting a county policy regarding that, which then kicks in a potential other way to report it by using, because you need to have this kind of county policy in place to be able to use the Form 802, but that applies to tickets where one of us is performing a ceremonial role, right? Like if you're going to present at the hospitality annual gala and present an award, you're part of the agenda. That makes sense. But for the rest of us that are maybe just sitting in the audience, right, it's a different role. We're not part of the ceremony. But this policy is broader. One, it doesn't only apply to the elected officials or the top county leadership. It says the policy shall apply to any county employee, right? So if in the future, if any county, it says county official means every member, officer, employee, or consultant of the County of Monterey, and would require those individuals now to have to report it on a Form 700, as that's on page 2. Page 3, it says it also applies when it's one thing when you're offered a ticket to attend an event, but this policy applies to when we purchase it. So if I purchased a ticket from my own office budget to attend let's say the annual hospitality luncheon employees recognition dinner, which then now this kicks in that policy of reporting that. If I bought a ticket to the Steinbeck Center Awards event, I have to now report that. It's not a gift, I'm paying out of my budget, but this applicability paragraph on page 3 now makes it that you have to also report that, which isn't required now under state law. It's only required on this policy. And then it doesn't even make sense, because just below that on reimbursement, if the ticket was purchased and you reimburse, then this policy doesn't apply. So if I bought it from my office budget directly, it applies. If I paid for it from my pocket, but then I get reimbursed, it doesn't apply. So that doesn't make much sense either. So I think this needs some revision. I just wanted to point those out. make it all our colleagues aware, because otherwise it's going to create a lot more bureaucratic paperwork. And then if things are not done, then we're regretting it later when we have to redo paperwork or there's fines, just because this happens frequently throughout the year. And we don't want to create an overly burdensome policy when it's not required under state law now. It's only being made more difficult under this policy that we're putting forward here.
Council?
May I suggest, hearing all of that, that there are significant issues that need to be addressed, that we pull it from the consent calendar. Shane Strong in our office has been working on this. I would ask that there be direction that he work with both you, Supervisor Alejo, and Supervisor Church as a temporary to flesh this out better, if you will, and come back sometime in January or February.
Any concerns with that approach? Let's take this out to the public, see if there's any public input on item 82. All right, hearing none, I'll bring it back. And I think as chair, I can make those appointments to ad hoc, so I'll make that ad hoc viable and we'll proceed. At this point, I've got item 84 for Supervisor Alejo.
Yes, this item 84 on the consent agenda has to do with our Kent's Court, one of the few properties that we rent for low-income families, and this one is in Supervisor Church's district in Pajaro. I raised this, I think, when it came to one of our committees. I might have been capital improvements or our housing, a 4-H committee, but I think Darby Marshall brought this up, and I raised concerns then because this property, you know, state law has that 10% cap on rent increases, but when it comes to these particular government-owned properties, it's exempted. And I was just concerned, and I'm also concerned here for Supervisor Church, because some of these residents that have been living there for a long time may be surprised if the rents are all of a sudden increased significantly under this new policy. And I just wanted to flag it again, just looking out for these residents. Even though we're exempt from that state law rent cap, we should still be understanding and try to find a way to phase it in, understand exactly how much. There's only, I think there's like 12, 15 units there, but we should know exactly how, and our staff should have predictions based on the financial paperwork they already submitted to the county about how much rents would be increased, and we should be cognizant of trying to ease that pain over several years rather than having a significant jump from one year to the next. And so I just wanted to raise that because I know we will hear from those residents after the fact, and we would already approve this policy.
I'm going to go to Supervisor Askew, who also requested 84.
Thank you. And I believe we did hear this item when it came to the 4-H committee. And instead of having be a significant increase in rent, and I think the issue is that the property is deed restricted for low income, but over time, individuals have been successful in increasing their employment and increasing their wages. And so trying to find the right balance between how we meet people where they're at, but yet hold true to the requirements that we need to hold to on these homes, and so the request was to have a phased-in approach, but which I think is what's presented. My understanding is presented in the recommendation. However, the question that I had was, have we been in touch with the residents, and has there been outreach that has occurred? I can understand wanting to get direction from the board before going out, but I also think there's a need to make sure we're bringing folks along as we make decisions. So just a question, has there been any communication or outreach with the residents to this point?
Now that we've all talked about you, Supervisor Church.
Yeah, well,
go for it.
I know Darby has reached out. I was at a meeting where there was a Kent's Court meeting, and it was brought up, but I don't want to speak for Darby. He's not here, but I'm sure he's online somewhere. So I think we really need to go to him for the details of it. This has been discussed with residents.
Mr. Marshall, we'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez, Darby Marshall, Housing Program Manager. Yes, we have discussed it with the residents, and we are proposing phasing this in over the next 4 years. We really tried to strike a balance. We have competing pieces of state law regarding rents, and so we're trying to go with the recommendation is to go with the state law that sets the rents at an affordable price based on income. And going forward, once we have adjusted the rents over 4 years, nobody will be experiencing these increases again that I can foresee.
Supervisor
Darby,
Husky.
if I may, the question is, has this all been communicated to the residents, and are the residents aware that this is on our agenda today?
We did not communicate specifically that it was going to be today, but they do know that we have prepared them for some significant rent increases for tenants that are in the 140, 150, 160 AMI range. So they do know that there is potentially significant increases on the horizon. We just, absent specific direction, I didn't want to give anybody specific figures ahead of the board. But we did prepare them that we were looking at some significant increases.
Okay, thank you.
So, I mean, I'm looking for the will of the board on this one, but I would feel comfortable if, given how it's structured now and the fact that it's before us, taking a pause, having it come back towards the end of January and taking that month, even though understanding the holidays are now, to get out there and communicate what the actual numbers are to residents so that they can, if they have a desire to come and approach us and share their concerns, do that in a public hearing. Does that sound fair?
I would agree with that, Mr. Chair. I think clear notice, and just more time is a good thing here. I remember dealing with a similar case with Housing Authority, where it was a farm worker housing here in East Salinas, and they gave the notice, but to each individual family, they were giving a letter, and it said exactly what they're paying now and what they're going to pay later. And if this is spread over 4 years, it should be able to describe that. It's not too many households there, but it made it very clear to them, and there's no confusion, there's no misunderstanding, and I get it. That's what you want. Sometimes when people are very low income, they make more income later, or they qualified when they had minor kids, and now the kids are grown up. So now the income numbers or the household numbers are different on the eligibility side. But I think that would be, a really good thing to do, and I think would be appreciated by the residents, and not. I think we don't want to have residents come back later and say they were blindsided by something when it could have easily been prevented with more time and a clear notice to each of those families.
So I would, put support for that there too. I think, the more we get out there, the better. I know that's been presented to them. I know there's, as I think Darby pointed out, there's not everybody's really low income anymore out of that, and that's what's going to be somewhat of a variation in rents. But I think, getting those specific numbers to them from what we're proposing here now would be really important. They know the general numbers that are coming, but it would be helpful, I think, as everybody is saying, to have those specific numbers at this point, and we bring it back.
All right. Any public input on this item? See nobody coming forward. I see one new hand up, so we'll go to Brian Rosen. Mr. Rosen? Mr. Rosen, we can't hear you. It shows that you're unmuted. Or actually, no, you need to unmute on your end. I believe that's *6. Last call, Mr. Rosen. All right, then we're going to go back here in room. We'll start here at the dais, at the lectern.
Good morning, or I think we're already in afternoon. Luis Chaco Juarez for Building Healthy Communities. With regards to this specific issue and the reference to the state law, we were here to do a general public comment, but it's definitely relevant to this issue. Support for the Affordable Rent Act, AB 1157, is something that we are engaging our community with. We want to see the state take action, and would, in coming to you, the Board of Supervisors, to hope that you are informed of this and making sure that it's not just the Affordable Rent Act, but it's also passing the Affordable Housing Bond, AB 736 and SB 417. This is So this is an opportunity that we'd really hope that the county, the Board of Supervisors can really look into it, hopefully get behind it, support it, and, and in essence, be able to address the issue that you're all speaking of. It's taking place here in North Monterey County. Thank you.
All right. We'll try one more time, Mr. Rosen. You have the ability to unmute yourself. You need to do it now. Go ahead.
We're not on general public comment, are we?
You're not.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Right.
I'll wait.
Mr. Chair, then I would move that on item 84, that we table this and that we instruct HCD staff to provide written notice in English and Spanish on the proposed rent increases to the tenants.
I've got a second from Supervisor Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. All right. Now, Mr. Marshall?
I just wanted one clarification, and those notices are rent increases consistent with the Health and Safety Code 50053B. Is that
As
what the
proposed
board?
and outlined in your proposal that we were about to vote on
That
today,
was
yes.
that was the proposal, yeah.
Yes.
I just wanted to confirm it.
Okay. All right. With that, we're going to proceed. I've got Supervisor Askew for 52.
All right, 52 is a contract that the county participates in for the SB 1383 fair share agreement. It's an MOU and a shared funding agreement. This particular MOU is halfway through its contract, through its annual year, but it's where Region and a number of our other jurisdictions join with technical assistance so that we can have unified and regional compliance with SB 1383. The question that I have on this is that the county's contribution rate is significantly less than what the other regional partners are contributing based on a straight a population basis. The county's population is about 30% of the total population, yet we're only contributing, I think it's about 6% of the cost. There are some explanations to why we already contribute certain we fund certain parts of this work through our unified franchise agreement, but there are other parts of this work that we're not actually, I'm not clear on why we wouldn't be participating fully in the MOU. So my ask is, as we approve this today, that we're raising this up and that going into next budget year, that the county is prepared to participate fully, not with the full population percentage, but in an equitable fashion that would be closer to somewhere around 62,000 for the total MOU agreement, given the portions that we clearly are already contributing that we would not be replicating. So if that's clear, we're only contributing 6% of our 30% of population, and there are a few reasons for that, but it doesn't totally explain why our contribution is so low. And we want to make sure that we're fair partners with the other communities. Otherwise, what we're doing is we're leaving the other cities of Seaside, Sand City, Marina, the other partners who are part of Region Monterey to pick up our cost, which really isn't right, nor fair, nor appropriate. So just wanted to call that out. We're halfway through the year, so let's approve this MOU to get it out of the way. But moving into next year, I really do think we need to be contributing our fair share.
And I needed a little clarity on this one. I mean, in Solid Waste Authority, we push that cost as required through to the residents. So you guys aren't, you're instead charging the local governments?
Yeah, so it's set up in a slightly different, both agencies set up the funding of their compliance in a slightly different way. And for Region and for all of the participating agencies, it's a contribution rate that each of the local governments are funding, because otherwise it would be on each local government, each local jurisdiction to be compliant with SB 1383. So it's just a different model for how the technical assistance groups set up the funding of 1383.
So I guess I would ask staff to reach out to the Solid Waste Authority and figure out what our fair share would be in that direction too, so that that's not falling on the heads through the equity lens of those lowest income earners in the county. I mean, it's just, for us, we saw it as a, it's a requirement and it's not temporary. This is forever. And so if we're funding this forever, then I think through the equity lens, we should be covering all of our residents throughout Monterey County with a contribution.
I would agree with that, and I think that's a fair question to ask as well. But in the same argument, it's not fair for us to put, Seaside's the largest community in the region, second to Monterey County percentage-wise. We're 31% of the population. Seaside's 20% of the population, and they're contributing, basically they're making up for the county's share, which is from an equity perspective also not right. So we need to address this one way or the other, and including the Broad County and South County and the Solid Waste Authority, and figuring out how to find a way, recognizing that both agencies have different approaches for how they're funding this mandated, unfunded work.
Yeah. All right. So I think with that, we've concluded 52. That leaves item 7. I'm sorry, we have 2 left. 68, Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. And 68 is a contract with a federal Department of Homeland Security grant. It looks like through our Department of Emergency Management. And I just wanted to be abundantly clear as we are looking at any contract at this point with Department of Homeland Security. I read the staff report carefully. I read through everything as carefully as I could. I just want to make sure that we're really clear that there is in no way anything written or unwritten in this report that might require additional discussion or attention from this board before approving it. Anything that might put the data of our residents at risk, or that might allow for something to occur from our federal partners that we wouldn't want to have occurring here in Monterey County. I just want to ask the question and make sure that we're all on the same page as we approve this.
All right. Do we have a respondent on that question? Kelsey Scanlon, I think, should be on with us. Whose hand is up on the panelist side? Sheriff Nieto, we'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Board. I took a look at this also because of SB 54 and the things that we have to deal with immigration. So what I can tell you about the UASI enforcement, the program funds disaster preparedness, terrorism prevention, emergency communications, critical infrastructure protection, and regional coordination. Because of SB 54, none of this involves immigration enforcement or cooperation with ICE. UASI money cannot be used for immigration detainers, ICE task forces, information sharing, which I think was Supervisors Askew's concern, for immigration enforcement, and any activity that violates California sanctuary state laws. I could get into it deeper if the supervisor has more questions regarding the UASI funding.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so I appreciate that we wouldn't be doing anything that would violate the SB 54, technically violate SB 54. But I think that one of the things that this board has maybe taken a clearer position on and had concerns with other contracts that have come through, even though they might technically be allowable under SB 54, the standard to which we're holding contracts and holding our partnerships is a higher standard. And so I just wanted to clarify that there was nothing within this contract that, given the, I didn't see it, but I wanted to ask the question to make sure that there wasn't anything we were missing. So
Supervisor, that's a very valid question, and I had concern too to make sure there was nothing that we were going to violate. And I know the board has taken a very strong stance on this issue. But what I can tell you that every project that goes through UASI, it's looked at in several ways. It goes through the grant auditors. It goes through the Bay Area UASI Approval Authority. Whoever's getting that grant, they look at it through their own audits and oversight. And it also goes through the Federal Office of Homeland Security Compliance Officers, but for us, that doesn't mean much. But there are several levels of scrutiny with any of these grants. And depending on the money's amount that the UASI grant is going to give us, if it's for the county, it comes before the board before we accept it.
Okay, that's sufficient answer. Thank you very much. And I just want to reiterate the expectation that this board has is that we are going above and beyond just the basic standard of SB 54, and that we do expect to have any issues clearly outlined in a staff report that comes forward. I don't want to find out later that there's something that we should have been alerted to that we weren't alerted to, or that wasn't clearly written or highlighted for us. So just that's why I'm asking the question. But thank you so much for the additional information.
Thank you for letting me answer for Kelsey. I'm not trying to overstep our bounds, but obviously we're very involved in UASI funding.
All right, thank you, Sheriff. At this point, I'll see if there's any public input on this item. Seeing none in room, I'm going to go to Zoom. Ozzy V, I believe, had a comment on this, so Ozzy, will go to you.
Hello, so I do have a question about this item. So the reason why I'm making this item is because the Monterey County Sheriff has actually worked with ICE in the past. I guess the Monterey County Sheriff has actually worked, and they have worked with ICE in the past. And in the last year, and back in 2022, if I'm getting this correctly, sure. Okay, so I'm getting this correctly, back in 2022, the ICE office reported 2 people to, okay, so I'm getting this correctly, back in 2022, the Monterey County Sheriff reported 2 people to the ICE agency, and they sent 2 prisoners to the county jail, straight to the ICE agency. And then I still remember when Bernal was working with the ICE agency. And so yes, the Monterey County has been working with ICE. So Monterey County has been working with ICE under Sheriff Nieto, and I'm very, and so knows why I'm against this bill, because even though this bill is, because literally this bill's getting this bill means like a whole. I'm sorry, speaking a little bit too fast. Okay. But I'm against this bill because I'm against this bill because first of all, this bill is too much money. The Monterey County Sheriff works with ICE. Sheriff Nieto's being a liar right now. Right now, Sheriff Nieto, if you're hearing me, you are a fucking liar. Sheriff Nieto's a liar. You lied about how you don't collaborate with ICE. You're the last couple of years. You have 4 people to the county jail. Sheriff Nieto, you're a liar. I don't trust you. Your office is a mess. Sheriff Miller did a better job. Sheriff Miller did a way better job compared to all you people here. Shame on Sheriff Nieto. She is very disgusting of a sheriff. So that's why I'm gonna vote no against. And yeah, so no, I'm against this bill. So I'm against this bill. The Homeland Security can't come in any time right here. And by law, the Monterey County Sheriff, they still can work on the ICE agents in a criminal case, which I'm against as well. So no, so I cannot approve this bill. So if I can approve this bill, I don't care if it's Biden, I don't care if it's the Obama, I don't care if it's Trump passing this bill. I'm against this bill. So no, this bill is just bullshit. Thank you to conclude my time, because this bill is just extremely unacceptable. That this would even come up. Being a contract with the Department of Homeland Security, this is just unacceptable. Thank you and have a great time.
All right. Thank you, Ozzy. I'm going to go and I had some new hands go up, so I'm not sure if they're on this item. Again, we are on item 68 at this point. I'm going to check in with number 705, as that's a new hand, and see if you wish to speak on item 68. 705, please let me know if that's the item you're looking to speak on.
I'm sorry, Supervisors. I'm waiting for public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I saw Mr. Schneider's hand went up. Would you unmute yourself and let us know if you're wishing to speak on 68 or waiting for general public?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah. So I noticed you're talking a lot about SB 54 and the Trust Act, and this is something that I have a lot of, experience with or understanding of. No, of course your sheriff is not being compliant, and Ms. Askew is very on point to be concerned about this. And it's not something that you should be concerned about in the sense of like, hey, is this happening every single day? But it's about to. So you need to put these safeguards in place, and you need to have a much higher standard than you currently have. Of course, the sheriff is taking federal funds, and those federal funds are going to be tied in the exchange of information. Much as the Hatch Act also applies to your sheriff's office, although your county council won't want to admit this, but when you receive federal funds, the Hatch Act then applies to that department. Is there any dispute on that from your county council or from your CAO? So this is a public comment. You can address the public. Is there any dispute that the Hatch Act applies when you receive federal funds?
We don't respond to public comment, Mr.
Of
Schneider,
course
at
you
this
do.
point.
That's the whole point of it. You want to just ignore the public? You're not potatoes. You're elected officials. All right, I'll wait for public comment. Thank you. And just so you know, this is something that's going to greatly impact your community. So just sitting there isn't going to be the answer.
All right. I don't see any other hands on this item, so we're going to go ahead and conclude item 68 unless there's additional comments from the dais. All right. With that, we're left with item 79, and I had a public commenter, I believe it was phone number ending in 902, wishing to speak to item 79. We'll give you the floor now.
This is Nina Beatty. I strongly oppose the MOU for Regional Drone Integration Project, and I request that you deny the MOU or at a minimum delay it until next year. And I object to the county's dishonest hiding of it on the consent agenda. County knows it has problems, costs, and controversy, and so improperly put it on the consent agenda so few will see it to pass it before the public finds out. Consent is for routine, non-controversial items. This is a new controversial project. It's a major undertaking without any environmental study, just like the Moss Landing battery storage had no EIR. There was no legal notice in the Herald. There have been no public hearings or comment periods on this MOU. Unasked questions include who's liable when these drones crash? What about the birds? The harm to bird and insect populations, including from the transmitters required to keep drones in the air, the noise, and the drone traffic. What about the noise impacts to the humans from these drones and the loss of quiet environments? What about the privacy invasion of these drones over residential areas, parks, and public spaces? Your best decision is to say no. At a minimum, table this until next year and have the robust, honest discussion this requires. Do a detailed environmental study with an independent firm. Provide ample notice to the public with a lengthy public comment period. Don't rush into another political decision to benefit special interests and campaign donors for Sacramento and Washington. This is extremely costly for the public and the earth. It will change life forever here. Once approved, more and more low altitude drones will buzz overhead, and there will be no way to stop them. And it opens the door for subsequent approval of other uses, including military drones and ice drones. The county experienced a major disaster this year by a rapid, politically based, unstudied approval and development of the best facilities with no environmental review. The result has been terrible economic and environmental damage and costs. Does the county want to create another disaster? This is a public subsidy for private companies and interests. The costs and damages to
Thank
the
you, Ms.
public.
Beatty.
With
We're
the
at
public
time.
and nature paying
Thank you,
here,
Ms. Beatty. We're at time. Thank you. All right. With that, looking at my numbers, I think I've got them all covered. I'm going to come back to the board. Is there anything that I missed?
I'd love to ask a question about that last item.
Yeah, go for it.
So we pulled by a member of the public, item, I think it was 79. I'm just wondering if Richard Vaughn could comment on what these three tracks are and what problem this MOU is looking to solve.
Supervisor. Richard Vaughn, Economic Development Manager. So this is an MOU for us to be in partnership with the entire consortium that is being put together currently to go after a non-funded grant with the federal government in order for us to share, in order for us to work in partnership with the likes of Joby Aviation, Monterey Bay DART, several other organizations, associations, and colleges to share information with the federal government about current ongoing projects that are happening around our region. So the various organizations that are part of this, Elroy Air, Joby Aviation, Archer, they are all currently working on projects. And this is to help, in essence, to help get them to a point to where the federal government will grant them eventually FAA certification. So it helps them to share information with the federal government to understand how they're currently operating, how they're working, and how it will potentially impact current air operations and integrate this type of new flight into those air pathways.
So this specific step that is taken by this MOU is to ultimately open up this ability for mobility? Is it the designation of a corridor? Is it just for funding purposes? Just to really get concise.
This is essentially for us to partner with the federal government, or actually partner with this this coalition that is looking at identifying what those current companies are doing and sharing that information with the federal government.
As a whole versus isolated units.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. With that, I believe we've touched them all. So what I'm going to ask here is for a motion to approve our consent agenda less items 82 and 84. I've got a motion from Alejo.
Second.
Got a second down here from Supervisor Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, motion carries. I'm going to now turn and say we have 82 left, and 82 is going to get pulled. We're going to leave it there unless there's additional concerns. We'll bring that back at a date in January. And we'll create an ad hoc around 82. All right, now 84, we already passed separately, so just for clarity, that's been concluded through a separate motion and vote. And with that, we have covered all of the consent agenda. Now, we're opening up general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda, but within the purview of this body. We invite folks to come forward. We'll start with folks in the room, then go to folks on Zoom. We'll allow 2 minutes per speaker. We'll ask folks who wish to participate via Zoom to use the raise hand function or *9 via landline to be recognized. We'll start here.
Good afternoon, Jose Guerra, Monterey community. First, I want to talk a little bit about transparency. I've noticed that, Mr. Lopez, Chair, you've changed public comment to after consent agenda when we used to come back from the actual recess of your, I guess, when you guys go to break or you guys go to your little meeting, you had a public comment. Now it's after the consent agenda. I don't approve of that. Going back on transparency, we're going to go back to this facility you're trying to build out here in Creek Bridge, where the information was very limited, like you guys did in Monterey, which I'm not sure if Mr. Lopez, it was you or Mr. Alejo was in charge of that project, the HOA building for Mr. Bengard. I'm going to call you both that because I'm not sure. I got this from both of your offices. It's his district. Well, we had something built there that we didn't want. And you did it anyways because it passed the 30 days. And I was the only person that actually spoke on Zoom because I was notified that morning at 8:45 you guys had a meeting at, I believe it's at the Schilling place. So I did it by Zoom and I protested against it. So you're doing the same thing over here in Creek Bridge, guys. You're being non-transparent. 100 feet to notify people, 300 feet, really? Who's going to give it to you? The beaver or the squirrel? Come on, guys. Be transparent. If you want people to support you in the county and the city, I'm going to call it the city too, same thing. You guys need to talk to the people right. Mr. Church, thank you. He's the only guy that I think showed up to the meeting at all. I know it's his district, but you're all part of the county. You should all be there. Public Works should be there. The city should be there. Your engineers should be there. Everybody should be there. Please do not build this thing there. You have plenty of other options to do. You have the old hospital. You have other areas you can put this at. Don't ruin somebody else's, neighborhood because you want to build something there because the little sheriff doesn't want it there. I don't know her. I have no problem with her. I really don't care for her. So that's my public comment. Thank you and have a good day.
Next.
Afternoon. I'm Thelma McIntosh, and pull it down. Okay. And to Ms. Wendy Ashu and to the board members, like I said, I'm Thelma McIntosh, and I just have a concern about my son. He's still down at Cielo Vista. And I just really have a concern about his medicine because they're giving him atropine drops in his mouth with water. And atropine drops is usually done to dilate your eyes. And you can imagine how you feel getting that twice a day. They started out at 0.02, and then now they've gone up to 0.08. And so he just can barely walk now. He's on a walker. And he's drooling, because the pharmacy said that drop relaxes the jawbone, and he can't close his mouth. So he's just drooling. And we have to put plastic on the pillows and things at night. But he can come home now. At least they approved that, for him to come home. Not to stay, but from Friday through Sunday. So that's a blessing in itself. But still over-drugging him with 26 pills a day. And every 2 months giving him an Invega Sustainer injection, which he doesn't need. And he doesn't need those 26 pills a day either.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay.
Is there other folks in the room?
Karen Cameron, concerned Salinas resident, salad bowl of the world, billion-dollar industry. I've spoken to you before about my concerns that they've removed the air monitor system from Salinas over a decade ago, only 4 in the state. Our closest is at Watsonville, near Ohlone Elementary School. I rise to invite you to get yourself educated with CDPR and what the state is doing. There will be a Zoom on December 16th from 5:30 to 6:30 in regards specifically to the Ohlone air monitor system. I'd appreciate it if you raise concerns along with me. December 10th, tomorrow, I believe, they are having their first Environmental Justice Advisory Committee meeting, and that will be apparently available on tape so that we can go back and see it. Please educate yourself as to what the state is doing. I rose with concerns about the Ag Commissioner that while the state decreased organophosphates by 54%, he had the audacity to increase them at 26% and put half of all Monterey County pregnancies at risk. I understand the futility of me addressing this to you because what happens is you appoint the Ag Commissioner and then CDPR is fully in control. I get that. So what can you do? What can we do? We can persistently comment. You can make a dent better than I can as an elected official. As citizens, I ask you to please stay educated on everything that's going on and demand an air monitor system for our area. It's just unacceptable that we don't know what we're breathing. And the levels that have been picked up near Ohlone have been, 218% above what OEO recommendations are for T-Lone 1,3-D. I get an average of 1 a day notices on spray days, toxic, restricted pesticides being applied within 1 mile of my home. You probably do too. Let's make a difference, please.
Thank you,
Thank
Karen.
you.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and Board of Supervisors. My name is Chris Barrera, President of LULAC Council 2055. I am here today because our communities have been wronged. The District Attorney's investigation into the Protect Salinas Renters petition did not protect the public. It intimidated the public. Food was not given out in exchange for signatures. There was no wrongdoing, and the DA ultimately confirmed that. Yet despite that, armed investigators wearing guns and badges went door to door to the homes of working families, renters, seniors, and many immigrant residents, questioning them simply because they signed a legal petition. Let's be honest, when armed agents knock on your door asking about your political activity, that is not civic outreach, it's intimidation. For many families in our Latino and immigrant communities, law enforcement presence at their door creates fear, especially when they have done nothing wrong. The chilling message sent was clear: participate in democracy and you may be targeted. That is a form of voter suppression, plain and simple. This investigation also represents a waste of taxpayer money and a misplacement of priorities. At a time when our county faces serious public safety challenges, scarce law enforcement resources were used to investigate community members for exercising their constitutional rights. Those resources should be protecting our community, not frightening it. LULAC strongly believes that democracy depends on trust, and trust is broken when government uses intimidation tactics against the people it serves. We call on the district attorney to acknowledge the harm caused, commit publicly to stopping these practices, and establish clear guidelines that prevent future investigations from targeting petition signers or voters who have committed no crimes. Democracy should never come with a knock on your door by armed officials. Our families deserve protection, dignity, and respect.
Thank you,
not
Mr. Burr.
fear from using their voices.
We're at time.
And thank you.
Anyone else in room?
I don't know if I can see with my glasses or better without. Anyway, my name is Yolanda Hayes. I'm a resident of District 2. Mr. Glenn Church is my supervisor, and I'm very proud that he's my supervisor. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here respectfully to request the proposed psychiatric institution facility be relocated to another county. This facility will not only affect this District 2, but the entire city of Salinas and the county. We all share a commitment to public safety, responsible planning, and compassionate care. We understand the critical need for mental health services for those who are most in need. However, bringing patients from Northern and Southern California to our county and the Central Valley, we are creating the same problem that currently exists. Families are too far to visit their loved ones. California already has 5 strategic, seriously mental psychiatric facilities throughout California. Atascadero, Coalinga, Napa, Patton, LA, and I have another one, but I just can't read it. There are also hundreds of drug and anger, alcohol, mental facilities throughout California. We can't solve all the problems. If it must be put in Monterey County, just don't put it near neighborhoods. The proposed location is not suitable. It's near residential neighborhoods, schools, and recreational areas, and families, students, children heavily use it. It borders a protected wildlife sanctuary. Placing such a facility in this location poses unnecessary risk to public safety, strains emergency services, and threatens the environment integrity of the area. To highlight a few key points, the current site conflicts with residential zoning and land use. The lack of infrastructure on this plot of land is non-existent. The cost is astronomical. Currently $172.5 million, which could easily rise to $300 to $500 million.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. We're at time. Others in room?
Hi, I'm Ed Mitch. I'm a co-founder of Never Again Moss Landing, and we're coming here today to compliment each of you supervisors regarding the generating a battery energy health and safety ordinance. Supervisor Church, you were the first to step forward and said that this disaster at Moss Landing was a 3-mile island event. That was recognizing that the size from an energy source was putting out dangerous impacts upon the community. Thank you. Supervisors Askew and Daniels, you both a number of times have asked the entities to come before this body for lessons learned, and you've been given no answers by some like EPA. Supervisor Alejo, you last month mentioned that you were the first to step forward and mention that there were difficulties with this storage process, or words to that effect. Thank you, sir, for standing up and doing that. Supervisor Lopez, you've helped guide this very expertly, I think, this body to try to move forward and come to solutions. One example is getting and accepting that the board will do within 1 year an ordinance. Thank you for doing that. Now, however, critical information is needed from the California PUC to help the county write an effective ordinance. You need to know What were the causes for the fire and the failure of the suppression system? What lessons learned have they used? And are there any draft ordinance that they're planning to bring forward? Because if you don't have that information, you can't be approving another BES operations. So working cooperatively with the PUC is needed. So we recommend in some formal way you pass information to them that the public for sure has brought forward pictures and other evidence that there are difficulties. Please take that action. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Good morning. Name's Eric Peterson. Sorry, I'm a little out of practice. I would just like to agree wholeheartedly with what Chris said. I used to be what was essentially a civil investigator for the federal government, unarmed, no uniform or anything like that. And I know I scared people. I tried not to, but people get nervous when somebody comes knocking on their door and starts asking questions. And our community doesn't need that. We've got limited resources, and we need to put them towards more important things than trying to intimidate the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Anyone else in the room? Seeing no one coming forward, we're going to go to Zoom. I'm going to start with number ending in 705. 705, we'll give you the floor.
Yes, hello, supervisors. Lorna Moffett here. If we don't have compassion for our fellow beings that share this planet with us, we won't have compassion for ourselves. And no clearly is that than all the testimony I've heard on what I think are mostly deaf ears. Every Christmas, Thanksgiving, and other holidays, millions of chickens and ducks and cows and pigs are slaughtered in terrible, torturous circumstances. And people guzzle them down without even a thought of their suffering. I think this contributes to our spiritual demise. Look at our own government, how it's beginning to treat us. Wars, genocide, and we the people, millions of us elderly who cannot afford the high premiums this government is creating due to the callous cuts in healthcare programs will die silently behind closed doors, like our animals do. And who's going to know and who's going to care? So I hope this Christmas you will all celebrate Christ's birthday as a vegan. I know if Christ were here, that's the table he would want to visit. We have got to stop acting like little children that don't know what we're doing. These animals are being boiled alive in slaughter plants. Please do your part and have compassion for all other creatures on this planet. And then maybe we will have them for ourselves. Merry Christmas and thank you.
Merry Christmas to you as well. We'll go to Brian Rosen next.
Hello, supervisors. Brian Rosen here. Nice to speak with you. You do some good resolutions, and I'm going to make a couple of suggestions and ideas maybe you'd like to take on. I was listening to Rachel Maddow last night, and when the Japanese were interred in the concentration camps, as Franklin Delano Roosevelt called them, there was hardly a peep from the public. There wasn't mass protests like there are now, which is a good thing that people are standing up. Now people who are brown-skinned, who are here legally or illegally, are being sent to these horrible concentration camps, and people are dying. And this is a terrible thing, and we all need to stand up against it. It's mostly brown-skinned people. Some white people are being very abused too, but they're in a little more of a position to speak out. So, you know, I would like you to do a resolution about what they're doing is wrong. We all need to speak up against ICE and what this government is doing to our human rights. It's affecting everybody. Everybody is affected one way or the other. Now, Panetta unfortunately, you might want to direct a resolution to him because I think he's out of touch with your values and the values of the people of this district. He just recently voted to honor Charlie Kirk, who was spewing a lot of racist propaganda, horrible things he would say about people, especially black women. That's what I've heard. And Panetta is taking APEC money. He's voting for the genocide over there. We need to speak up against these things. They're killing the people off. Everybody should be treated equally here or abroad, and violence should be tolerated nowhere. But this kind of genocidal action is completely inappropriate. And Panetta just keeps voting to support this horrible massacre of children over in Israel. And thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. We're going to go to Ricardo Diaz Jr. next. Ricardo Diaz Jr., you have the ability to unmute yourself now.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that whoever, I don't know who the next chair will be. I just got on right now, but I just hope that we get 3 minutes back as the public. We all of us, we have a lot to say. Sometimes it's shorter, sometimes it's the 3 minutes, but just please, whoever it is, consider changing it to 3 minutes. And then also consider taking down that Ukrainian flag. I mean, we should only have United States and California on there in lots of people's opinion, but, and that'll be it.
All right, we're going to go to Christian Schneider next. Mr. Schneider, floor is yours.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. Boy, I had something I wanted to talk about, but then I saw Mr. Barrera speak, and it's something that's a little bit near and dear to me, having cops interfere with elections or electoral duties. Now, Mr. Barrera is correct. That is intimidation. Not only that, but how much money did you spend on investigating this? These are serious questions. Now, the problem that you have in your county is who do you report this to? Well, I can answer that because I actually understand how your government works. It's your county council. Your county council is the electoral official for investigations. They can then refer it to somebody else. Yeah, see, you knew this was coming, didn't you, Ms. Blitch? And that's been a major problem because Ms. Blitch has been exerting triple influence, meaning that you're supposed to, she was the attorney for you guys misspending over $150,000 on electoral issues, mainly a political partisan campaign. But that's also the reporting agency. So when I sent you that letter back saying, hey, look, I've been threatened during a lawsuit. I've been threatened to drop a recall campaign. And I reported it to Ms. Blitch. You see, I was following the law with the expectation that you also would follow the law. So Ms. Blitch, what happened to that report? And I only ask because it's my constitutional right.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. I don't see any other hands up, but there was one earlier who fell off, and I want to make sure if somebody's hand accidentally slipped down, they didn't lose their opportunity. It was a Nydia Soto. I just want to make sure you don't lose your chance if you wanted to make a comment here. She might have fallen off the Zoom. Last call, Nydia. All right. With that, we'll close general public comment, bring it back. And I do just want to address one thing. I was called out there, and I want to be clear about what happened in that instance. I've spoken with a constituent directly. It's kind of odd that over a year later he came back. I heard from a third party that he had reached out to my office. I called him directly, and he let me know that no, he was not in fact looking for me, that he was looking for Supervisor Alejo. I explained that farm worker housing is by right and that I support it. And he said he understood that, and thank you so much, and he'd get in touch if there was anything else. So it was kind of odd to have him here today saying that he wasn't sure who to talk to because we already had that conversation over a year ago. But with that, I'll go back to Supervisor Alejo.
And you're exactly right. I mean, the project is technically in District 3. The neighborhood across the street is in mine. So it's both, right? There's no pointing at each other. It's like both our districts are aligned, and that's a dividing line there. But I did want to speak to the other issue on this rehabilitation center, because there were three hearings, and I did attend the first via Zoom because I've been off and on with respiratory problems the last month. The first was on November 13th, the second on November 17th, and the last was last Saturday, December 6th. But I just want to be very clear. I'm the one who repeatedly asked for notice on this project going back to at least June 2024. And that's why I was the only vote against the project, because they hadn't done adequate notice to the tenants. There was some last minute changes from where the center was going to be, more centered on the property versus more closer to the homes. That was a last minute change on me. And the third was a growing cost, which has grown, I think, at every presentation. And the number is closer to 300 million because of when you factor in the debt service over 30 years, it's beyond the $176 million figure. So for all those reasons, I voted against it the first time, the second time, and I'm glad we're doing more outreach now. We've delayed, it was going to be on the agenda today. We've delayed it to January at least to allow more public input. But I've been raising those from the very beginning, for the record. And if you look back on my votes and in those videos, you will see exactly what I said then and I'm saying today. Thank you.
All right. With that, we've concluded general public comment. We're now going to recess into the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. Let the record reflect that at 12:38, all members of this board are present. Are there any additions or corrections to this agenda, Madam Clerk?
There are none.
All right. So any general public comment relating to the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. We have one item on consent this morning. Is there any member of the public who wishes to pull that item? Member of this board who wishes to pull that item? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve consent? Got a motion from Alejo, second from Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. With that, we are adjourned. I'm going to go ahead and reconvene the Board of Supervisors. We have a few.
All right. Take care.
She already head back.
Sorry?
She already headed back up the hill.
All right, that was weird. We're reconvening the Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect that all members are present, with Supervisor Askew rejoining us shortly. We have a scheduled matter here, which is to consider the appointments of the county's delegates and alternates to the Board of Directors of RCRC. I have listed a 5-minute presentation from staff. I don't think that that's really necessary given where we stand. I'll turn to my colleagues. I'd love to continue to serve. I know Supervisor Church has been my alternate.
Yes, I'd like to make that motion that we continue to nominate Supervisor Chris Lopez to be the primary, and as a secondary, Supervisor Glenn Church. I just want to take a moment to recognize that as soon as Supervisor Lopez joined RCRC and its sister agencies, he moved up in leadership, and he just finished his last year as past president, I think, or finishing it now. Yep. And I think you represented us well there and brought us into RCRC. And so just another way for Monterey County to have more access to skills and to advocacy for our county at the statewide level. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other thoughts from our colleagues at this time?
Happy to support the nomination. And just within the staff report, though, there was a call out from County Council about recommendation to ensure Brown Act compliance, about the legislative committee and not having overlap. And that was the issue that I had brought up, I think, during the appointment to CSAC, which was a question, and we didn't seem to recall the details of it then. But looking at this here, I just wanted to make sure we were clear on those points, because I think we do have members of RCRC appointment serving on legislative committee currently, but it doesn't seem to be a conflict. So I'm just looking for some clarification on those concerns.
Yeah, I'm not clear that it's a conflict, but I would note that Supervisor Church serves as an alternate on RCRC and not the primary. But I don't think there's a conflict inherently.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because okay. Thank you.
All right, so I've got a motion and a second. We'll go to the public, see if there's any public input on this item.
I just want to jump in. Yeah. I was reading public comment because I figured this was not going to be a big item, but it's in the staff report and it says it's a conflict. So I just want to say I read the staff report, didn't realize that the motion that was being proposed has that conflict. If it's not a conflict, we should fix the staff report.
Right. Understood.
Yeah, because usually conflicts pertain to a personal interest, right? Not that we wear many hats. Sometimes sitting as a TAMSI member, wearing our hat is sometimes we might have different interests with my MST, Monterey Salinas Transit Funding hat. And similarly, I serve on the legislative committee and I serve as first vice president of CSAC, right? So there is no conflict, inherent conflict by statute, just because we serve on a association of counties versus our legislative committees.
And conflict laws, especially FPPC, take that into consideration in their rules and regulations.
So maybe we could just add some direction to the motion that a clarifying statement be brought forward on consent for a future item so that we can get that on the record for clarity. Karina?
Yes, and we apologize for that. We'll make that change to the future reports.
All right. So I've got a motion and a second. I had open public comment. I didn't see any hands up on Zoom. Nobody coming forward in room. I'll bring it back. And just share, there's one big highlight I want to share with you all. Just 2 weeks ago, we sold over $100 million in bonds through GSCA, Golden State Connect Authority. That's being layered on top of nearly $200 million that we pulled down from the CPUC to expand broadband in 7 rural counties throughout California. That's been one of my efforts. Monterey County is only one of 2 left in the state that's not been awarded. We are continuing to fight the CPUC to say, award us already. We are ready with our plans. If we're able to get that pulled down, we will be close to $400 million altogether. But just know that I've been honored to serve us there, but also serve all of rural California in that capacity, and bringing $350 million to bear and bringing internet to residents who would have never seen it at these speeds is an honor, and I'm thankful for the opportunity you all give me to serve us and serve rural California in that role. So thank you. All right, so I've got a motion and a second. I'm going to ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? All right, the motion carries. That's 14. Now, at this time, we have item 15, and I am going to recuse myself from this item, so I just want to be clear that I'm recusing myself because of the Levine Act, which requires that any company or applicant who's given a contribution to my campaign over $500 in the last year would require me to step back. As I look at the list, it's actually interesting. These folks directly as listed have not given me contributions, but folks bearing the same last names have. Those names include Rava, Braga. I also saw one more in here. Let me just make sure, because I want to make sure they're on the record so it's clear as to why I'm needing to step back here. Pizzoni, who is also, again, not the same Pizzoni, but my wife's employer. So there's some appearance of conflict there. And for that reason, I'm going to step back from this and turn the dais control over to Supervisor Askew. I'll step out of the room after this. We are going to close session, so I will be waiting for the board in closed session for those items. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll open, we'll pass it over. I guess it's a brief presentation from staff. Thank you.
Yes. It is opening a public hearing.
Yes, I'm going to give a verbal report out. I'm Kayla Nelson with the Housing and Community Development Department, here to present on the 2026 Williamson Act applications. This year, we considered 16 applications. Out of those 16, 14 are being recommended for approval today, and 2 applications are being continued to next year's round of applications, though those are applications number 3 and 10. There was some issues and unreported improvements to the property that need to be reported to the assessor's office. So we're allowing time for them to consider that or get the information out. The Agricultural Advisory Committee had reviewed all applications, as well as the Agricultural Preserve Review Committee, and we are all in concurrence that the board recommend approval of 1 application for an amended agricultural preserve contract, and 13 applications to establish a farmland security zone, and continue without prejudice applications numbers 3 and 10. And with that, I'm available for questions.
All right, Ms. Nelson, thank you so much for the presentation and for preparing all of the information and applications and working with those that need to be pushed off so that we can make sure we get all of this right. Really appreciate all the work that went into this. This is a public hearing, so we will bring it back to the board for comments, questions. Seeing no one jumping up, we'll take it out to public comment. Anyone in chambers to engage in this public hearing with us? We'd love to hear from you. Seeing no one approaching the dais.
Move
Is there
approval.
anyone online? No one online. Okay, we'll close public comment for this item and we'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion for approval from Alejo. Do we have a second? I'll second. So we have a motion from Alejo, a second from Askew, and we'll, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Nay. And just for the record, we'll just be clear that Supervisor Lopez and Daniels have stepped out of the room. All right, with that, we will move. Thank you so much again, and thank you for the presentation, and we'll see the other two items when they come back in January.
Thank you.
All right, great work. Okay, and with that, it looks like we are recessing into lunch, back into closed session, and we'll be back here. It says 1:30. We will be close to that. Thank you.
Test 1, 2, 3.
with you so I can get the door for you. Yeah, I got to get the patty anyway. By the way, one thing you might get a kick out of is like video
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing English channel 1, 2, 3. Testing.
and we can do it. Interpreter yet. Okay, testing on the English channel. Okay. No. All right, I'll leave it as is. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and get this afternoon session of the Board of Supervisors started for the day. I've got a bunch of pages to flip through here. Reconvening this meeting of the Board of Supervisors, let the record reflect that all members are present. At this point, I'm going to ask for the announcement of the Spanish interpreter. I have Ana Rueda de Vidales available for interpretation. Ana, if you can make the announcement of your services. Maybe she's on the wrong channel.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We got you now.
Oh, okay, perfect. I was doing it on the Spanish, so sorry about that. Buenos días, buenas tardes, perdón. Soy Ana Rueda de Vidales. Voy a tener el gusto de proporcionarles servicio de interpretación esta tarde. Si ustedes necesitan interpretación simultánea, por favor acérquense y se les va a entregar al dispositivo. Si ustedes van a hacer comentario público, esperen que nosotros podamos hacer el comentario después de ustedes y les vamos a estar apoyando con todo gusto. Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes.
A usted, gracias, Ana. With that announcement having been made, we're going to proceed with the afternoon agenda, beginning with, well, a quick recess into the Water Resource Agency agenda. Let the record reflect that all members, oh, actually, sorry, I might have had a page in between here. They're all sticking to each other. There we go. We're not going to the Water Resource Agency agenda yet. My apologies. We're going to receive the budget end of year report from Michael Beaton, our assistant CAO. We'll give him the floor for a presentation on our bear. I don't see him in room. Michael?
No.
Okay, we'll come back. Why don't we jump to, I don't see her in room either. All right, we're going to keep jumping.
Chair Lopez, this is Nick Chulos.
Hey, Nick.
Hi, we need to elevate Michael Beaton to be a presenter, please.
Okay.
Valerie do that. Michael's ready to go.
All right, Michael, you should be ready. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Board. Sorry about that. Give me 1 second to get set up here with my screen, and I'll be available. Do you see my slide deck?
We do.
Is my slide deck there?
Yep. Yes.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Board. First off, I want to say thank you so much for the quick time together. I'll try to be semi-brief, but before I get really started in the budget end of year report, I do want to give a big shout out to the team that really helps put together the budget end of year report with the direction under the direction of Raquel, Trent, Trisha, Veronica, and Rocio for really helping put together the budget end of year report. I also would like to thank all the fiscal staff out in the different departments, as well as the department heads, pulling together the budget end of year report. This is my first year with the county doing this. It is definitely a lift and definitely a challenge on coordinating. So I just want to give a big shout out and thank you to everybody that had a hand in putting in the budget end of year report. So for today's presentation, I'm going to be talking specifically and only about the general fund component of the county operations. Inside the actual printout of the bear that's attached here, it does cover additional funds related to Natividad Medical Center, Library Fund, Road Fund, the Behavioral Health Fund, and so those components are in the report of the bear, but what we'll be covering today is purely going to be the general fund component of our county operations. So how did we do? You know, that's the ultimate question, right? And so how we ended up doing is on the chart here, we have our general fund fiscal performance. The columns basically identify how we did in 23-24, how we did in 24-25, and what our adopted budget looks like. starting the fiscal year, we had about $32 million of unassigned fund balance starting the fiscal year. We actually ended with $39.9 million. So we had a small increase of unassigned fund balance, primarily related to a one-time funds that came into your discretionary revenue that wasn't allocated out to different departments. That's why we had a small increase in growth for our unassigned fund balance from year over year. So when we look at our different assignments throughout our different operations, we really take a look at, well, how did that fund balance change? How did overall, as a county, with all the revenues and expenses that we had, with all the different departments, and we'll talk about the departments here in just a second, but how exactly did we do? What are some of the changes that actually happened? So what this chart shows, and I apologize, it's a little bit of a county ease. We had assignment cancellations, which is basically money that was pulled from different fund balances and for different sources. We had compensated absences, use of about $2.2 million. We moved some disaster assistance money over to our public works operations this last year in 24-25. That was about $10.8 million. We pulled some money from cannabis assignment in 24-25 to help seed some operations that we had in the county, as well as we used the ITD assignment to purchase some equipment throughout the county. Now, what went back into our certain fund balances of assigned reserved fund balance category? We did receive about $7 million that we have earmarked specifically for Measure AA, and we have that assignment set up now permanently as Measure AA continues to come in. We have put aside $1.5 million additional funding for future anticipated purchases of IT equipment for ITD, as well as we did, it says 10.8, that is basically an in and an out for the public works emergency projects that we had. For our strategic reserve, which is the area below the first blue section, we did pull out the $9.2 million for the public works, as well as $1.6 million related to the Pajaro Mansion. We did loan $850,000 to the Water Resources Agency for winter storm damage and repair. Now, money coming back to the county, we did add $10 million to the strategic reserve as part of the budget actions for the BEAR in 23-24. We also received about $5.6 million in prior year disaster revenue that we seeded back into the strategic reserve. Another $6.8 million of current year disaster claims, which we got back pretty quickly of $6.8 million, as well as Natividad Medical Center has their own strategic reserve inside of our strategic reserve, and they seeded an additional $8.5 million, bringing up their strategic reserve total balance of $33.5 million. So you can kind of see the net strategic reserve position changes. We actually do have about $19 million increase in strategic reserve year over year. And the general fund, net change strategic reserve of $10.8 million when we don't count the Natividad Medical Center. So staying on the strategic reserve a little bit, the county has a policy that identifies that our strategic reserve should be maintained at a 10% level of whatever our operating revenues for our general fund are. In 22-23, this county started having some emergencies, and we started drawing against that strategic reserve balance, and we had to start using it. In 23-24, we had additional storms that we had to continue the use of the strategic reserve. In 24-25, we started seeding money back to that strategic reserve with the reimbursements coming back from FEMA, reimbursements coming back from the California Office of Emergency Services, as well as this board's very prudent decisions to put money from unassigned fund balance back into the strategic reserve to ultimately get us back to a 10% level. What's currently identified on the chart here is we are short for, at the end of 24-25, we are short $26.1 million in strategic reserve. Now, the policy identified for strategic reserve identifies once we take money out, the fiscal policies that we are govern our use of strategic reserves identify that we have 5 years to repay those funds back to the strategic reserve. Now, when we use a first out, paid first model, whether it be coming from county's board discretion of adding money back to it or receiving money back from the state or federal government or insurance proceeds, I'll add that one as well. We are down to the money that was pulled out in 4/25, and we have a remaining outstanding balance of about $10 million from those emergencies. Now, pursuant to our policy, we have until 2030 to actually pay that money back. We do believe, based on the slide that I'll show next, we will get that money back and then some to ultimately get our strategic reserve back to a 10% model. The chart here we have, and I want to give a shout out to the Department of Emergency Management and Bonnie for working late hours to pull this chart together for us. What it basically identifies is the incidences that we've had as emergencies that were declared emergencies throughout our county going back probably about 6 years. The columns basically identified are obligated, which identifies these are funds that the federal government has approved as claims, and they've actually obligated it and paid it to us. All right, so these are paid columns. The next column identifies the federal government has confirmed that they are a valid expense, and they just haven't paid us yet. We're just waiting for funding from the state, either through a transfer or a check, and the total for that is about $20.4 million. We still have about $34.5 million outstanding in claims that we, through the Department of Emergency Management and Kelsey's team, are still working with Cal OES and the FEMA to get these approved, and that's about $34 million outstanding. We did have an advance from Cal OES due to the cost of the damages that we had related to the January 2023 winter storm and the February 2023 winter storm of about $23 million. So that advance, we've been slowly paying it back. It doesn't show it on the chart here, but we've, with some of the claims that have been paid, we've been paying it back. So with the dollar amount that's outstanding plus the pending obligations, there's about a $32 million on the high end that we believe that we'll be getting back from FEMA, including an additional money that we should be getting back from the Cal OES. So when you jump back to the slide here and we talk about the $26 million for our strategic reserve, in actuality, I feel pretty comfortable with the money that we are anticipating still coming in from FEMA, Cal OES, that we should be able to get back to our fund balance here before the 2030 timeframe as approved by our board in our fiscal policies. So jumping over to our, I'm going to call it our revenue side of the house for our general fund. We had an adopted budget of, I'm sorry, let me get back. We had an adjusted budget revenues of $883 million, and we actually came in a little bit higher at $899 million. The significant variances here that we have, you'll notice the blue color and the salmon. I'm going to go with salmon color. The salmon color. The blue color is our non-program revenue, or also identified as discretionary revenue. This is the revenue that comes into the to the county through property tax, sales tax, transient occupancy tax, and it's money that the board has discretion on where that money should and where it can be allocated. Currently, about $45 million of that revenue currently gets allocated to debt service, certain community programs out there, and then the remaining portion of the money gets allocated to your general fund departments to help maintain their operations, such as the sheriff's office, district attorney office, public defender, and all your other community departments that we have. You'll see that money, we did have some one-time funding actually come in, so we are a little bit higher than we actually budgeted. But on the salmon color, you'll see our budget was at $575 million, and it actually came in about $20 million short, and that is program revenue. And so what program revenue is state and federal funds that departments and even local funds that departments themselves are generating as part of their operations. And we'll talk a little bit more about what that specifically is here in a little bit. I did forget to point out in the blue, one of the big drivers was we did have $9.8 million additional in interest above and beyond what we budgeted due to a fund balance change. So diving into the revenues a little bit more, I tried to highlight this a little bit with the last slide. So that program revenue that we talked about, the $555 million, 54% of that actually comes from state and federal government as part of the operations that our departments are handling. We have other financing of $143 million, and that primarily relates to our social services and health funding component. And then on our non-program revenue side, the $344 million, our main driver there is property tax at 68%, transient occupancy tax at 12%, and then we have a bunch of other little, I don't say little because we're talking millions here, sales tax of 15.9 million. But we do have a new revenue stream that has started coming into the county, which is our Measure AA funds. For 24-25, we did receive $7 million of Measure AA funds. And so far, year to date in 25-26, we have an additional $7 million that has come in. And we are still projecting at about an annual basis for our transient occupant, for our Measure AA funds of about $24 million annually once we get through a full year cycle. This kind of gives a graph of a historical trend of the different revenue streams that we have, both program and discretionary or non-program revenue. You'll see that the non-program revenue does fluctuate year over year. We do have additional slide to break down what's in there and the main funding streams and how we are expecting that to actually grow over the years. The pink slide, the salmon color slide as well, is the program revenue, and you'll see everything is moving up year over year. Now, breaking apart the discretionary revenue, the blue column, the blue color that was on the previous slide, and this is the funding that the board has discretion into giving to other departments and programs throughout the community. Our main 62% of that revenue is property tax revenue, and you'll see the property tax revenue continues to climb anywhere from 4.5% to 7% each individual year, and so the delta is almost about $11 million when you look at year over year. And so on a straight line, we were projecting for the current year about $244 million just on a straight line for that individual revenue stream. The other revenue streams that make up the majority of that discretionary revenue is our transient occupancy tax, and this is just a historical graph identifying the actual collections for each individual fiscal year across the board. You'll see our TOT has been fairly flat going back to 2021 to 22, 24, 25. Our green, which is our sales tax revenue, has been pretty on average stagnant, about $15 million with a spike in 22, 23. And then our overall cannabis revenue has significantly dropped from the days of 2018 through 2020. And then since then, it has significantly dropped down to $3.9 million. I believe we are projecting for our current year, 25-26, that to be around $3.2 million. So we are seeing a decrease overall in our cannabis tax revenue. On the expenditure side of the house, we had an adopted modified budget of $932 million. We ended up with $851 million ending that year. The significant driver is $40 million was down in salaries and benefits. This is large in part due to the quantity of vacancies that are currently existing within the county. I believe at the time of this report, we were sitting at somewhere around a 19% vacancy rate for overall county related to our general fund operations. For our services and supplies, we were down about $14 million from our budget and other charges down as well. And we had obviously capital projects going from 19 million, dropping down to 6.7 million, which kind of rounds out what those operations are. So when you look at the cost here, we do have salaries and benefits, which make up our most significant portion. 62% of our operations are salaries and benefits of our staff, of our workforce throughout our county. 23% of our of what actually transpired in 24-25 was services and supplies, and then rounded out with other charges, operating transfers, and a small sliver of capital projects. So taking even a deeper dive into last year's expenses, when we talk about our main cost driver, which is our salaries and benefits, this chart is to be a little bit more detailed. So of our salaries and benefits, what is the composition? 61% of our salaries and benefits actually relates to the actual salaries of our current workforce. The second most expensive cost driver that we have behind that is our PERS retirement system through CalPERS, and then our health insurance premiums, which account for 13% of our cost drivers of our salaries and benefits. So with salaries and benefits being our highest cost driver, it's an area that we definitely spend a little bit more attention to as we do our forecasting and projections throughout our different county departments. This chart just shows the historical trend of how the trend of our expenses have been. As you'll see, we are fluctuating right around 851 million at the end of 24-25. So I don't want to say drum roll, but down to how we end the year is, so part of that discretionary revenue that we give to different departments, that a little over $300 million in 24-25 that the board allocated to individualized departments, how exactly did they do? So this shows all your general fund departments. On your left-hand side shows all your individual general fund departments. The next column, the second column, and I'm only going to focus on the second column and last column. The second column identifies what the board authorized for a department to have as part of the discretionary revenue. For example, I'll just use our Civil Rights Office. They were general fund. The board approved $382,000 of general fund contribution. They came in at $361,000. So they were under their general fund contribution allocation by 21,000. I have problems talking in small dollars. So we did highlight a few discrepancies or variances that we came across when we did our year-end numbers as part of the BEAR. We have our district attorney's office that came over the general fund contribution by about $410,000, primarily related to lower revenue in the civil division. We have the sheriff coroner, just to highlight there, they did come in within budget with what was adjusted for the sheriff's office, and that includes a $1.3 million compensated absences adjustment with a $4 million other adjustment. We have the health department that came in $1.5 million more than the general fund contribution that was approved by the board. This one here is related to the FQHC revenue timing. As the board might recall, various board items were brought to the board with an FQHC rate change for our health department. And as a result, there was a timing delay where they couldn't bill the state and federal government as part of their FQHC. And so this is just a timing delay. We're expecting that to come back next fiscal year. And then we had the social services, which came over $5.2 million over the general fund contribution amount. And this is a correction from the 23-24, where they actually came in short due to a small accounting error. So I'm going to skip this slide. So overall, when you look at the total revenue forecast in the future, so I'm going to switch gears now and talk about forecast, and I will step back to this. So this is the forecast model that was given to the board back in March of 2025. In this forecast model, and I'm going to focus on the years 25, 26, it identified that we were going to have going into 25, 26, a potential shortfall of about 43.3 million. How this forecast was developed, it's a 3-year forecast that was developed by working with each individual department with some assumptions related to cost driver increases to salaries and benefits, services and supplies, as well as revenue projections related to the discretionary revenue that the board has. I want to just point out here, going from 25, 26, the forecast model identifies about a $23 million, $24 million shortfall projected at that time going into the following fiscal year, 26, 27. So this graph takes that 3-year forecast that was done by all the departments, including the county administrative office, and really projected the salmon line here, which is the discretionary revenue, we had a spike of 344 this last year. We're projecting it down, at least at that time, to 322, 323, and 330 million. We are already forecasting now that we're talking about 6 months later, actually 9 months later, we're actually projecting this to be about 333 million now. So we are seeing some favorable trends that are helping our discretionary revenue across the board, and the departmental revenues component as well. So I'm going to skip this slide. I'll skip the slide. So the general fund expenditures is part of the forecast. The blue columns here were based on actual expenses that have actually hit. You might recall in the previous slides that we presented that we had a significant savings from what the board approved as far as a budget for expenditures and what the departments actually came in due to vacancies. This chart's a little bit skewed because all the green columns assume 100% of those positions are actually filled. We believe the forecast model, when we do this in the future, we're going to modify it based on our actual workforce. So we're expecting this model to actually modify a little bit. Due to time, I'm going to skip through a few of these other slides. Cost drivers, retirement costs, sorry. So looking into the future, some of our significant cost drivers that we're expecting, obviously our salary projections. We did have some cost of living adjustment increases as well as wage studies. So we're expecting an increase in overall salaries baseline. Our retirement costs are projecting to increase, going from 25-26 over to 26-27 with an increase of about $8 million. And then it kind of plateaus when we get up to 28-29 forward, but we're still expecting the future to actually have increased costs of retirement expenses. So looking at the future, where are we and what are the current future forecasts that we are expecting on costs that are actually going to be impacting us? So what this chart shows is in our current fiscal year, 25-26, we have a couple things that have popped up that we're expecting as expenses that we're having to navigate. We have the ERP implementation project, which is currently running over about $1.9 million. We're expecting to, based on the trend line, to run out of money in about March of 2025. So to get us through the rest of the fiscal year with the implementation and the additional cost of contractors, we're projecting about $1.9 million. The Sheriff's Office brought forward an agreement for jail medical. That jail medical agreement for this fiscal year is going to cost about $4.2 million more than what was currently approved in the Sheriff's Office budget. We also are anticipating a building acquisition of about $8 million. So in 25-26 of unbudgeted expenses alone, we're looking at about $14.1 million. For known future impacts, we are looking at that jail medical agreement that was brought forward is going to cost this county about $8.7 million on an ongoing basis just to maintain that service due to the required enhanced level of medical care required for our jail medical services. We're also in the middle of our jail capital improvement project. The total project is about $10.7 million. We're anticipating needing about $2.5 million next year and an additional $5.0 million in the following year. We are also currently in our second year of our backlogged wage study implementation. We're anticipating those expenses to be about $5.4 million for the general fund component, with 27-28 being $3.8 million, and then the tail end year being an additional $2 million. We also have the board-approved IHSS wage increases of $3.4 million next year. So next year alone, we're looking at an additional $20 million of expenses that we didn't have this current year related to the items identified in there. 27-28, an additional $9.4 million, and on the tail end, 28-29, an additional $2 million. So what does that mean? So what we have on here is we tried to do a projection of our general fund contribution, or I'm going to call it our discretionary revenue that the board has to be able to allocate to additional departments for their operations. We have a shortfall that we're projecting about $26 million going into fiscal year 26-27. How this was basically determined was we used our current GFC baseline, which is using our fiscal year 25-26 board approved allocations for each individual department of about $315 million. We know that we have about another $8.5 million for negotiated wage increases that were already done. We have $3.2 million that we're anticipating hitting the discretionary revenue for the wage studies. We have about a $2 million increase for workers' comp, $3.4 million for the IHSS wage study, 2.1 for general liability, 8.6 for jail medical, cost allocation, $6 million, and that's to support the central service departments and their cost increases over the years. We had in the budget year for 25-26, the current budget year, we had some expenses that were put into the budget that were basically funded with one-time expenses. Those expenses were identified those funding sources that were utilized were Measure AA, cannabis augmentation, contingency reserve, including, so in total, the bottom there is about an additional $10 million of expenses that were approved in the fiscal year 25-26 that in reality are one-time revenue stream funding for an ongoing cost. So we assumed that those would need to continue in the operations, which puts us short by about a total expense draw that we would need to have about $360 million of general fund contribution. Again, projecting the general fund contribution that's going to be available is about $333 million. We are projecting short by about $26.7 million. So the question is, why did I go through that slide, right? So I went through that slide is, we ended last year, 24-25, based on the BEAR and based on the performance from our additional departments, about $39.9 million. As part of today's action, we're recommending that the board designate some of that $39.9 million for individualized purposes so we can look at into the future and be able to sustain our county operations. So of that $39.9 million, we're recommending maintaining $20 million as a set aside inside the unassigned fund balance to help us look with the departments on a 3-year forecast model and start developing our budgets for 26-27 to potentially help us as we smooth out some of those cost drivers that we have. We're recommending setting aside $8 million for a building acquisition. We're recommending that we increase our contingency reserve by about $2 million. Our current contingency reserve has about $5.4 million. With those known costs that we have for the current year, we're anticipating some of those costs hitting our contingency reserve with a projection that we may be out of contingency reserve by February or March of next year. This should hopefully get us through the end of the year. We have some corrections that we need to do related to some fund balance related to public works, as well as our IT department. And we are anticipating an increased cost related to our security services based on our actual utilization between what was actually approved by the board. We're also recommending that we set aside about $4.8 million to the strategic reserve just to account for the revenue growth from fiscal year 24-25 to fiscal year 25-26, and it's just the variance. We're recommending putting that aside in addition to the money that we're expecting to come back from FEMA to help fully seed the strategic reserve back to the board approved. With those recommendations that we have today, that would leave us about $3 million. I do want to put out a little disclaimer here. The unassigned fund balance has not been fully audited yet. The audit would tend to transpire at the end of this calendar year. And so there may be some small changes done from the Auditor Controller's Office related to the audit component, but we believe these numbers are pretty solid at this point. But I do want to put out that little disclaimer. So with that that kind of concludes the presentation on the BEAR report, and we're available for any questions that the board may have. I do also need to add that the recommendations on this slide are slightly different than the packet that is with the attachments. We did make a small change by increasing the cost increase from a $15 million, which is in the board packet, to $20 million, and decreasing the contingency reserve amount here from $7 million down to $2 million. So I just want to point out that little disclaimer.
Thank you, Michael.
So that's available for questions.
All right, going to bring it back to the board here, see if there's questions from the dais. I'm going to go to Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. And Michael, I just have I'm just going to go backwards a bit just to make sure I understand this correctly. So the staff recommendation helps us so staff recommendation aside, let's start there. If you go to the slide number 25 and you have the difference, the shortfall of $26 million, that exists because, if I'm understanding you correctly, we have the $360 million in the budget, and this is the difference for what was unbudgeted?
No, so I apologize. So this is a forecast that we're looking at going into fiscal year 26-27. We are anticipating for 26-27 that we're going to need $360 million of county general fund in order to maintain operations throughout our county. And so that's what this slide represents. We only are projecting that we're going to have $333 million.
Got it.
But once you tap on the additional $20 million potentially with the request today with the unassigned fund balance, that gets a little bit closer, and we're going to continue to work with departments to actually look at their need and demand for county general fund to see if we can balance the rest of our budget.
So that brings me to my next questions. Thank you. So in terms of the slide right before that and the expenses that we have to navigate, are you confident that the $360 million incorporates all those expenses, or is there any potential for those to increase beyond what's on this page?
That is a great question, Supervisor. And so we just started last week the cycle with all the departments to do another 3-year forecast. Through that process, we're hoping that the departments will identify any additional costs that they may have within their operations or loss of revenue that they may have within their operations, which will then have a demand or a negative demand against the county general fund contribution. So we're expecting to bring that to the board hopefully in March of next year, February, March of next year. And at that time, we'll be able to have a little bit more of a shore up idea of the actual demand for 26, 27.
Okay, thank you. And so then moving backwards through the slides to slide number 21, you mentioned that the 3 green bars assume all positions are filled, but you're suggesting that we actually don't make this assumption in the future. So if the blues are actuals, what you're just looking to get a truer number for those forecasted expenditures?
Correct. Based on actual utilization and actual experiences that we have in both salaries, growth, maintaining our current vacancy rates that we have, the current spend patterns on our contracts, we would like to do a forecast that's a little bit more in line with our actual expenses instead of what we anticipate being our budgeted expenses.
Okay, and you're the expert, so I'm going to go with you on that's the way we should do it. And then moving back through, I have some concerns and questions for you regarding the way in which we're looking at things like property tax revenue. And I haven't been a homeowner for a long time, but the graph we have right here is a good period of time for home ownership and property values. And so do you imagine that this slide and consequently these funds could look very different if we experience any of the cyclical drops we've had over time in home values? Is that clear, my question?
Absolutely.
Sorry.
No, absolutely. Great question. And you're absolutely correct. As part of our budgeting process that we do here in Monterey County, we do budget very conservative. Even though the trend line here, you would think that we would be budgeting $244 million. We're not. I believe the actual number that we're projecting that we actually budgeted for 25, 26 was closer to a straight line of $230 million. And so next year we would do conservative. You're absolutely correct. This is a risk for our county that if we do have property taxes, since this being our main driver, if our property values do decrease and we have a lot of reassessments with our current properties, that this will definitely impact us. And so this is definitely something that we'll be monitoring closely as we proceed.
Great. And I would say the same thing for slide number 13. If there happens to be an economic downturn and people don't travel, you could potentially see that TOT number also declining. And then I think this is probably my last question, but it was similar to the revenue by sources. And we have the state and federal revenues that are, a big portion of our budget. Same with the FEMA outstanding claims and reimbursements. And I am concerned that those could change, right? Like in particular, I imagine a situation where even the obligated but not paid FEMA reimbursements could somehow be on the chopping block or pulled back by the federal government. So just wanted to sort of say that out loud, that I would think those are not guaranteed, and in particular the pending. And then the idea that we get this revenue from the state and federal government revenue in perpetuity, I think is at risk as well. So I just wanted to say that out loud. Thank you so much. I'm really glad you're in this seat and not me.
Supervisor Askew?
Thank you. Thank you for your insightful comments, Kate. I think there are many of the shared concerns that I have. I'll jump straight into a couple things. I know we've asked to look closely at our strategic reserve, recognizing that we have used it more significantly over the past handful of years than we have in previous years, and recognizing the changes to how FEMA reimbursements are coming, and the significant drawdowns that we've had to make, and looking at how some of our nearby counties have had to draw down even more than we have. I'm not comfortable continuing with a 5-year repayment policy. I think we either need to increase that 5 years to a shorter repayment amount, or create an additional disaster reserve that has funding available for us. But I get it that we're trying to figure out where to find cash right here, but I'm feeling very nervous about only putting the limited required amount back into the strategic reserve, given the lack of certainty around some of those other dollars coming back in. So want to be really clear on that point of concern. The hiring freeze that we have currently in place, I think it's, well, I'll back up the limited amount of forecast that's provided from the March of 2025 shows an imbalance with our 25, 26, and increasing ending unassigned fund balance, increasingly larger and negative year over year, which was, I think, fundamental to the concerns that I raised when we were adopting this year's budget, knowing that we are headed into this reality where we have increasing costs. This is on, I'm not sure which slides we're looking at, but for me, it's slide 19. Even if we assume that the full 39.9 balance from that we do in fact have rolls over into this year's on this forecast, it still puts us at a negative with an increasing negative year over year over year. So to me, it's apparent that we need to be thoughtful and cautious and proactive about taking steps to not be backed into those corners, but be proactive about our work to align our revenue with our expenses, which gets me to the point about the current hiring freeze that we have in place. I've had the opportunity to check in with a number of our county staff and departments, and I guess the one additional question, hiring freeze, before I go to this next part. So to the hiring freeze, I think what I'm hearing is that's one strategy for us to use to control costs, but what it effectively has done is just create additional bureaucratic layers to getting necessary positions hired. So I would like for us to be more intentional about if there's positions that we want to have filled, let's get those positions filled. If there's positions that we don't want to fill, let's not simply create bureaucratic processes that slow down and create more work for everyone who's still trying to do work with less positions. So I think we as a board need to be more clear about what our goals are when it comes to the hiring freeze and downsizing of a workforce with intentionality to match our expenses. Which leads me to my next question and point about as we look at the proposals that are being brought forward, I just wanted to check in. I know our department heads have worked incredibly collaboratively for the past many years around keeping this county budget balanced. And I just wanted to check in and make sure that our county department heads are being brought along in the process and have had a chance to weigh in on the recommendations that are before us today. I really value the broader feedback. If there are additional issues or concerns or costs that are out there, as we look at how we're going to spend the end of year balance, your voices inform my decisions, and I'm not sure where those fit into this process. So I want to make sure we don't exclude. I want to make sure we're including those voices and feedback specifically. And then I guess the last question or issue that I just want to be really transparent about is that typically this budget end of year report would have come to the budget committee, but it was pulled off of the budget committee. And so it didn't have a chance to get vetted through the budget committee. And this is the first time that it's being made public, which I think is challenging for those who've become used to the processes that we've had in place. The budget end of year report and the 3-year forecast have allowed us, I think, historically to make thoughtful decisions about how to spend, how to plan for and spend resources. But without having that chance for the budget hearing through the budget committee and then some check-in and giving that opportunity for an engagement, I'm feeling like we're moving very quickly without having had that opportunity for public process. So I want to make sure we include those public steps moving forward. And I'm not quite sure what happened in this case. I think those were my key points that I covered. And when it comes to the unassigned fund balance and the recommendations that are before us, I think the costs that are listed here are things that we definitely need to take action on, so I'm comfortable with them. I would like to see us putting additional money into the strategic reserve to have that filled. I know that limits how we can spend those dollars, but I definitely feel like we need to have our financial house in order. I'm also, like I said, deeply concerned about the projected structural deficit that's at least in front of us on slide 19, and there may be some new projections, but given that, we need to be very thoughtful and figure out some additional ways, in addition to the simply having a budget hiring freeze, so that we can be more thoughtful about how we're going to downsize to meet the limited resources that we have in front of us. So, thank you.
Supervisor Church.
Thank you, Michael, for the comprehensive presentation and in addressing the many issues that we're facing here. I'm going to piggyback off of Supervisor Daniels and ask you as well too here on some of their concerns. I mean, I'm also really concerned about the future and potential downturns and what could happen here. And been on here for 3 years. Third year we've gone through with the end of the year cycle like this, and there's always some unbudgeted expenses that come up. It always seems to be a significant amount. And we have these non-obligated funds here at the end of the year we're able to use. A little bit of that comes from some one-time revenue, but the bulk of it comes from vacancies. And I'm just a little concerned that maybe because we have so many vacancies, I think there's like 900 that aren't filled, that we could be masking some potentially some structural deficits that are going on there by utilizing this. And I'm just really concerned. We have a downturn, as Supervisor Daniels brought up, about drop in property tax, drop in TOT, actually will be a drop in the sales tax as well. Just it's going to be ratcheting just in a lot of different areas and have a big impact upon our revenue. So as I guess as you look at this, I know we've added about 500 positions in the last 4 or 5 years, and I'm not asking for this now, but it would be helpful when we come to our budget, perhaps to understand where have those 500 positions gone, what departments. I mean, I'd like to know, what departments have been aided and which ones are not getting the help that they perhaps need. And in addition, and this is a question hopefully can be answered now, is of the 900 positions that are unfilled out there still, I mean, how long have some of these been out there? And do we ever do a real extensive review just on seeing it? We have some positions that have been filled for 10 or 12 years. Do we really need to fill those still? Do we need to perhaps just take a comprehensive look at where we're at? Because I'm just, again, as I go back to my earlier comments, I'm a little concerned we might be masking some structural issues here, and a lot of flexibility that we currently have isn't going to be there in terms of a downturn if that comes, and they invariably do come. Also, just in terms of understanding, if I don't know if it's really the right phrase for the structural deficit analysis or not, but I know we've got some building, we've got some capital expenses we're looking at. We've had some discussions about adding to our debt. We've got some sort of projects that are being proposed. We look at each of those projects, especially these capital projects, sort of on their own. And we're not getting them in the big picture of where are we going to be at in the next 4 or 5 years. And so I do think we really need to have a real good analysis of what's coming up, where we're at, where we've been, and just how we want to proceed. So I know this isn't everything about what you just presented here. I'm trying to look ahead into this budget cycle, but also into the future. But I just think we need to have a little deeper review on some of these.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yes, I wanted to raise 2 points with Mr. Beaton. Thank you very much for joining us and for bringing your expertise from Santa Cruz County to Monterey County. Obviously, this is all these issues are very concerning as you're presenting. Costs are going up dramatically, and cost of living in this county is also very concerning for all our thousands of employees. I wanted to ask you, though, on the TOT tax. We made some significant changes to our ordinances. Do we know how we're doing in terms of collecting TOT? Has there been a drop? Can we compare the first half of this year to where we were in collecting TOT to last year? As that could have also an impact if TOT is declining based on ordinance changes that we have this board has approved.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. We can definitely work with our county treasurer, Mary Zeeb, and Jake now. I'm looking at that analysis. We haven't done that as part of this presentation, but we'll absolutely take a look at it.
Okay, the other big point I wanted to raise up that hasn't come up, but it was something that I worked on instituting when Supervisor Askew and I were here, and one of your predecessors on the budget, one of our CAOs, implemented I think it's the 115 pension liability account. We had recognized that was a ballooning debt obligation going into the future. We were concerned about future boards of supervisors, the future of our county government for that matter, and starting to pay down that debt by putting that money aside. In last year's budget, for the first time for numerous years after implementing the 115 account, we decided to stop paying into that account and use that to balance this budget. And we were told that when the unassigned fund balance came back to us, that this board could then consider whether to contribute or not. So on that question, is this end of the year budget looking at no longer contributing to the 115 and using the funds that we were contributing to that to balance the budget?
So great question. So I know as part of the approved budget for fiscal year, I believe it was 24-25, the board approved a drawdown of the interest portion that was achieved off of the PARS, the 115 trust. So currently the county has a actuarial study that I believe identifies that our pension liability is somewhere around I think it's $3.5 billion,
Right.
of which this of which this county has invested with our CalPERS agency, with total assets, I think somewhere around 2.5 billion, which has our unfunded liability as a total county, I think of close to about $1 billion, I think just short. This county, being prudent, started a 115 trust, of which the current balance, I believe, the last time I looked at it, was about $112 million. What this county did in 25-26 and 24-25 was interest that was currently being achieved off that was brought back in to help fund some of the
unfunded liabilities.
Yeah, so thank you. Unfunded liabilities. And it looks like I was corrected. It was actually for 25-26 that the board approved the $6 million drawdown. Thank you. My staff just corrected me, or my team just corrected me.
Yeah, I just wanted to caution that, right? Because here we were contributing, now we stopped contributing, but now we're using the interest off the $112 million to balance this budget, something that we weren't doing before. And it was Dwayne Woods who guided us through implementing that. I just wanted to express my reservations because I think it's important that we recognize, despite our challenges that we have today, to recognize that future debt liability is a significant one. And I want to make sure we could get back to addressing that, even if it's in a smaller proportion because of where we're at fiscally. I think it's important to do that. And last thing I would just mention is that I just wanted to express concerns. The way the budget's going, I think I've always been more fiscally, I don't want to say conservative, but concerned about taking on more long-term debt obligation for capital projects in light of this outlook. And I just wanted to express that because I know in next month we're going to make a big decision, and then other capital projects are coming just around the corner as well. And those have me very concerned that when we commit in the millions of dollars in debt obligation for each of those projects, it's going to make this very tight budget or growing deficit even a greater challenge into the future. And that will impact our services and the lives of our county employees. Thank you very much.
All right, before we go to the public, I'm going to share a few comments. Just appreciate the report. We have a new CAO who's been with us. How long has it been, Sonia? 2 years? 3 years. Ooh. And in that, we've seen some shifts in the way that we approach the budget. And I, for one, am greatly appreciative of that. Part of what we're doing today is a different approach. And it's given us the opportunity to have this conversation in a more exposed way than traditionally we would have. And it gives us the opportunity, as was called out by a few of my colleagues, to think a little more critically about how we approach the challenges that we're seeing on the horizon. That challenge that we've seen has always been there. It's never really moved. But how we approach it changes by the board that sits on this dais and makes calls. One of those calls we have in front of us is a big one. I'm hearing sort of the beginnings of maybe it's time to look at workforce reduction. I'm personally not there yet. I just want to be clear about that. I hear that. It's our biggest cost. We saw the charts. It's a beautiful pie graph. To me, those are people, their lives. And there's other ways, and we can practice some of those other ways, in my opinion, through natural attrition as we approach December. I know we see a lot of retirements. We see folks who separate. It puts us in a position where we have to have a more critical conversation, as called out by Supervisor Church, about, well, the attritions don't happen equally across the board, right? They happen in certain departments at certain times and put folks in boxes. Because, all right, if you put a hiring freeze on like we've had, well, if your department had 10 retirements and your department at 20, well, you're 10 people down. How is that fair when there's a department of 600? And yeah, they lost 10 people as well, but it wasn't equal. These are tough conversations, and we have to find a way to approach them that it centers fairness. And I think that's where I am today. I want to find a way to center fairness and look at new approaches. Specifically, I want to talk about one that's kind of been in the back of my mind for years that has not been on the conversation today, but allowing departments to keep some of their rollover. Historically, when I was a staffer, I saw folks who got to the end of the year and they try to find a way to spend the money and get it out the door because next year's allocation was going to be based on this year's usage. We need to end that. What we should be doing is encouraging folks to save, knowing that not all that goes away at the end of the year. And it's tough, especially big departments. I see it, and it's been practice. There's some of those practices we need to break, and this is the time to do that. We're reimagining how. And I see an opportunity in front of us, And it shouldn't be a surprise. I see Jaime over there, and I can just imagine if I asked for that report from, right, that May to June period and on spending on the credit cards, it's going to look a lot different than the rest of the year. It's just part of that reality. And trying to be honest about some of those pieces will allow us to do what I think is really critical, which is keep our coworkers here doing the work that matters to our residents, filling potholes, making sure that they have service at the counter, making sure there's a live person on the other end of the line when they call one of our offices. And we have to center and prioritize that service. And that's the approach I'm hoping we take. Again, I'm looking at the big numbers. I understand the challenges. I share the concerns Supervisor Alejo cited about being realistic about some of the numbers that are going to come at us in the next few years around TOT and others. But as we move forward, I think this is an opportunity, given the new team we have around budget, to approach it in a different way. And I guess this is my call to every one of the department heads, elected and non-elected, to work with us in some way, bring forward your ideas. I do think we're at a point, I don't know that, I think it's time for us to step in front here and say this is something we want, rather than say, bring us some options about how things can be done. I think big picture, we're at a place now to push. And I think that push is important coming from us to say, this is where we're headed as a county. And that means prioritizing the workforce that delivers service to the residents every single day. Right? That's got to be at the center of what we're doing, because when folks show up and don't have a warm body and they see that thing at noon at the counter and we say, well, it's lunchtime. And they say, but lunchtime is the only time I can get out of work to be here. It doesn't work. Government has to meet people where they are, whether that's a weekend, an evening. And I know that's not traditionally how we've done it, but it's time to do things a little different. And I think this budget process is one of those important ones for me as well. So with that having been stated, I'm going to go to our CAO before I open it up to the public for input.
So I want to take the time to also thank our departments and for the questions, but also for the concerns that have been raised, especially our budget teams who are seeing what's coming, looking at those revenues, and in some instances, when we do reach the end of the year, having some of those revenues that they've gathered fall to fund balance, and now here we are discussing them. We are working with departments and trying to find ways that if Housing and Community Development receives dollars that are meant for 4 years, that they don't lose them in the first year. And then they're scrambling within their budget to try to make up for those dollars which have gone to this unassigned fund balance. But there's other instances where this is happening as well. And one of the things this board tasked me with when I got here was to demystify the budget process. And one of the things I know Supervisor Askew mentioned about the budget committee, having those conversations there and then bringing them to this board, I instead want to have input from all board members because of what we're navigating here. The biggest cost of everything that we do is people serving people. We have people answering the phones. We have people out in the community. We have people providing services that in many instances, because of what we went through with COVID, many people don't want to provide anymore. They don't want to be in this people serving industry that we're in. And that's where we step up and we say, yes, we're going to do it for the sake of our families and for the sake of those that we love in this county and in our communities. So when we look at the costs, and this is no different in other counties, the cost of salaries and benefits is huge. We also want to retain the best of the best in this community, but also allow us to live in this community. And that is not a cheap endeavor. So one of the things that came up in terms of salary savings, and I think you've heard the DA said it, the sheriff said it, a lot of these general fund departments rely on salary savings in order to make their budget. So we give you temp new positions, guess what? You get to fill 2 because you need that money to make the budget at the end of the year. This year, what we're doing is identifying dollars through this unfunded fund balance to try to make it so that we make those dollars available to departments so that they could absorb those increases. Many of our departments are in situations like county council where they can't assign another thing to one of the deputies because of the amount that they carry and the serious work that we do. The road crew is out there doing what they do, and as much dollars are available, we still need to have the ability to recruit the best of the best and the ability to train them as well. We recognized this morning a gentleman who gave his life to what we do. 20 years, and his family was here to receive the certificate on his behalf. There's not a statue here that says county workers were here. And I think one of the things I'd like to say is Soledad, with the help of Supervisor Lopez, put up a mural that recognized our farm working women. When have you seen that? And the reason I bring it up is because I am the daughter of a farm working woman, as many of our county employees, but I couldn't afford to live here for 30 years. I didn't have the opportunity to come back, so you could add that in there. But the reality is that we had an opportunity to come back and serve our community, and that makes it very difficult to stay in government sometimes. So I do want to touch on the allocation of resources and what we're doing here, very methodically trying to identify any instance where we may be paying a huge amount, like jail medical services. It's going up $8 million, $4 million this year that we have to absorb within our budget. And that's what we've been asking departments to do. Absorb it within your budget. Do this other project, absorb it within your budget. But I think also just having an awareness that we negotiated salary increases that were negotiated by our labor groups that are certainly warranted. But in addition to that, we had to deal with 7 years worth of no base wage studies. There's a cost to that. And we're trying to lay it across these multiple years to make it happen. It's not cheap. And so this year we have multiple people retiring at the end of this year, many people that have given their life for the positions that they currently hold. And we've been very methodical about filling positions, not because we don't want them filled, but because we don't want departments to come to us at the end of the year and say they're not going to be able to make it because we're not going to have those dollars. So I think the 115, I do appreciate Michael's predecessor. He was very forward thinking in bringing in the 115. This is what it was meant for. We were going to experience times where we're going to have to bring in those dollars, and that's what it does. It gives us that discretion. The one thing that I learned when I got here was that we put in 1 year $100 million into a PARS account. And that, in essence, took away some of that discretionary dollars that we could have distributed otherwise. As the board could have distributed otherwise. So I think as we try to work through what's there, the TOT and the increases and being cautious of what the impacts are going to be, we also are being very vigilant about looking at the positions that we've been budgeting for that we're never going to fill, but departments are relying on them because they need to make budget. In Fresno, we did implement a 25% that departments would be able to keep 25% of whatever their money was left. And yes, it did encourage people to save money. You didn't have the mass spending at the end, treating general fund like it's a grant. It's not a grant. But truly understanding that in general fund departments, sometimes we have equipment that is very dated, very hand-me-down equipment, so understood. But we are trying to be very methodical and very cautious. And I think, as you mentioned, 25%, for you to be able to retain that, it's a small amount, but it's more than you're getting now. And in instances where you have departments that are bringing in dollars that are supposed to last 3 years, finding a way so that you do have access to those dollars. We're going to continue looking at it. It's not perfect. It doesn't have all of the things we would like to have in it. The reimbursements from FEMA, certainly we can't count on them, but they are trickling in. We don't include those as part of the budget right now. When they come in, they go into strategic reserve. We have quite a bit still out there. So I just want to let you know, we are still in the process of learning so much. Michael has a different set of eyes than his predecessors. It's not right or wrong. It's just different. Debbie certainly got us through the last budget process. And now here we are asking that we consider setting aside some of these dollars in order to help us with what's coming next, knowing that we've been on a high way too long. Thank you.
All right, let's open this up for public comment. Is there anybody in room who wishes to speak at this time? Seeing nobody coming forward, we'll go to Zoom. Invite folks to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline to be recognized. Seeing no hands going up, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the dais. Supervisor Church.
Well, I want to follow up on your comments about having some rollovers from both the chair and the CAO, and I think that makes a lot of sense because. And I actually think, all those dollars with one one explanation here, should actually go to the, say, the departments, because if they don't have a place to spend them, and they're going to be able to keep the dollars, they're going to, they're going to keep them and hold them over and spend it more wisely the next year. I just think it makes good, solid economic sense to do that. The exception being positions, because I could see where we could start in with a department and request have a whole lot of positions that don't get filled, knowing you're going to get those dollars back to go on elsewhere. I think that's the one exception, but I think non-staff positions really should be set up so that they're rolled over back to the departments, and that will lead to some penny pinching, I think, and some proper expenditures. And I would hope this might be something we could put in place if there's a majority on this board that's backing that within a short period of time, because I think we're going to have a lot more efficient government taking place in that case.
Other comments from the dais? Supervisor Askew?
Given the conversation that's happening here, I think there's a need for more in-depth conversation about our budget policies, and our strategy moving forward. I'm not sure that this is set up for that, but I would fully support that. I've shared my list of concerns and requests for a budget workshop with the CAO's office to include things like the 115 PERS prepayment issue that I didn't agree with when we made the change. I still think it's the wrong path to be on. I don't want to leave my future boards and our future kids with unfunded responsibilities when we should have been planning all along. And there's a whole list of things that I have shared that I would love the chance to talk about with everyone. So maybe we can plan for a budget workshop. I think that would be absolutely appropriate. I think today, though, the request is to approve the BEAR with the recommendations that are in front of us. I appreciate that, there was a desire to have a discussion in public and bypass the budget committee. I think that probably should have been a discussion that came back before just being made. And given that there is no public comment or engagement from the board or from the public or from our departments, by just coming to the board and just having the conversation here, departments didn't have a chance to receive the information and then have conversations or share their thoughts with us. So it actually feels like we have less engagement from where we're sitting right now, but it's where we're at. So with that, I'll make a motion that we accept the BEAR and approve the recommendations that are in front of us as presented on slide
27.
I'll second that with, if you would take a friendly amendment, and which would kind of piggyback off of what you said, that we do have sort of a strategic budget workshop. I mean, we obviously have budget workshops every year for the annual budget, but we're looking for one where it's a little more long-term and strategic.
100%.
And take into considerations the thoughts that have been discussed here today by each individual supervisors, which I think all need further merit and discussion.
And I wanted to add another friendly amendment. This had to do with a very minor part of our budget, had to do with supervisor offices, discretionary funds. There was just some ambiguity whether it would carry over, and I just wanted to, in this item, just to include that clarity for staff that the accurate, because I know we're getting accurate numbers here, accurate numbers on our supervisor office discretionary funds, that those will roll over into the current fiscal year.
Clarity, CAO.
Just to clarify, that amount is about 60,000, and we would for the districts that had remaining dollars, it was District 1, 24,000, District 2, 20,002, District 3, 14,838. So it's about 60,000.
So I'll go back to the original motion maker, friendly amendment. Hold.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I think we don't allow our departments. We just talked about how we don't allow our departments to do that, but I think that had been the understanding when those were put in place. That was my understanding. So I think in following through with the initial understanding, it would make sense to honor the commitments that were made.
The second holds.
And the second holds, and I do want our departments to be able to have that option.
And then on your friendly amendment, just for clarity, I heard the friendly amendment and saw the second, or the original maker of the motion agree to it. So for the record, all the two friendly amendments have been added to the original motion. CAO, clarity?
Do you want to consider a percentage at this time or bring it back later?
I'm hearing bring it back. I had two in support at this time of considering a percentage, but I'm not hearing a third at this point.
for a policy in terms of,
Right.
I think we need to have a
Rollover.
broader conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not comfortable adding that to my motion.
I've got two at this point on that. So at this point, what's in the motion is the original motion along with the two friendly amendments. Supervisor Church?
Can that broader discussion be done before we really get into the budget season? That's just more of a clarification.
Yes, we could plan on it before our actual budget workshop, so it'll probably be around March, if not sooner.
Any other conversation before we call the vote? All right, then with that, we'll go ahead and ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. With that, we've concluded item 16. Thank you very much, Michael. We're going to jump into item 17, which is receive the Board of Supervisors member input related to service options for non-county entities and consider creation, dissolution, and/or continuation of certain Board of Supervisors ad hoc types. Given when we're sitting on time, I'm hoping I can work through this quickly here and just say we've all got these in front of us. We're not voting on these today. It's strictly to let everybody know that we have them. And as a second, I'll just ask, is there any decision that it's currently necessary to dissolve any of our standing ad hocs?
I think that the Salinas County ad hoc, we were hoping to have a meeting on that this year. It hasn't happened. So at this point, I think any conversations, we probably need to reconvene an ad hoc and reappoint it. So considering that it hasn't met in a year, I think we should just
Dissolve that one.
dissolve it and then reconvene it at the right time when we're ready to have a meeting.
All
Would be
right.
my thought, just for the sake of we have a policy and it's now been in that ad hoc. The policy is for ad hocs to be in place no more than 18 months. That one has almost not met for 18 months. So just to follow policy, I would feel more comfortable.
Okay. So then what I'm going to do is open this up for public input. Again, we have a deck that's in the actual agenda. If anybody wants to look at that, is there any public input on this item at this time? We're not making the decisions on these appointments today. Seeing nobody coming forward, no hands up via Zoom, I'll bring it back. So all we're doing is receiving and giving direction to dissolve that singular ad hoc.
Yeah, and well, we're not making a decision today we'll make a decision next month.
Correct. That'll happen typically.
I'd like to circle in with Mayor Donahue because just because we haven't met doesn't mean the work didn't get put on pause. At the last time we were talking about developing this project here, this empty lot behind us, and exploring a parking garage. We spent significant money on it. We know that just got put on the table because the council was changing at the time, but it's time to reconvene. So I'd like just to connect with the mayor and the city manager and see what we do have, and we might look at it differently in January.
So the direction I heard was to dissolve, and then if we're able to get agreement to start back up to reconstitute.
We'll bring it up in January, right?
Well, the direction today would be to dissolve, was the.
I'm not going to support that.
Not supporting that? Okay. Supervisor Church?
Yeah, just a couple of, I was looking at the non-county entities. I only see one position here for the, for PERF, the Baja Regional Flood Management Agency, and that's the Water Resource Agency appointment. I'm also on that board, and I think I don't see that.
I think you're in the required one category on the bottom because you're District 2 and you automatically keep, District 2 keeps that separate seat.
Okay.
I'm representing the Water Resources Agency, and that could change in the future.
Right, maybe it's a permit, maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see it even listed.
It was on that second page.
Second page. Okay.
But
All right.
it did list District 2.
I'll take everybody's word that it's there.
Got us. We were trying to throw you off, but sure.
District 2 has a permanent seat.
I still missed it, but I did want to point out that on the ad hoc committees, the battery storage one, I don't think is necessary to keep there any longer. And also, I think Supervisor Daniels and I are about really done just about with the standing committee appointment procedure, and I think that has been will be probably finalized the first week in January at our first meeting. So those are two that are probably going to be able to be removed.
Okay, so I'm hearing that at this point, are we comfortable just receiving and then making the decision on dissolution of any of these ad hocs at January when we do the rest?
Correct. I just want to bring it up so we got it discussed.
All right, so we have taken this out to public comment. I'm going to go to Karina.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing that up, Supervisor Church. We will be bringing forward the standing committee rotation appointment ad hoc committee's recommendation on the 6th, which is the time that you also will be receiving recommendations. I believe we're actually, my apologies, you could be receiving that one first, and then at a subsequent meeting, you would receive the recommendations for the appointments for these non-county entities.
Mr. Chair, but the tenant commissioners select ad hoc committee, I think that one, Supervisor Askew and I served on that one. We did review and appointed somebody, so that's one that was fully exhausted.
Yes, so there's an additional one, I believe, that's going to sunset as well. So I think that list of those that would be sunsetting because they're done would be part of that Karina is going to bring forward.
All right. All right. Any additional? All right. Another one. Go for it, Supervisor.
Your first question was the dissolving ad hocs. I did have a question, and I'm not seeing it on this list that was passed out, but on the list that was posted online. We do have, and I'm not sure the history of this, but John Bailey is representing the board as an alternate on the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And I'm just wondering if it would be more appropriate to have someone from our board be in that role. And I don't know why that, I just don't know the history on that, but it struck me as odd.
As I remember, that's a public member seat that the board appoints, and when the creation of the GSA, that's how it was set up. And the board chose to appoint a supervisor and then chose a member of the public to be the alternate.
Yeah, and there is the Supervisor Church serves on there as the supervisor member on there.
It's not a supervisor seat, it's a public member, but we've always chosen a supervisor to sit in there as a board of supervisors appointment of a public member. Louis Calcagno requested that seat when the seat was first created, and since that point forward, it has stayed in a supervisor's realm.
Okay, so that's the seat that Glenn is currently filling.
Correct.
On here with John Bailey as the alternate.
His alternate, correct.
Okay. Thank you for that reminder of that history. Appreciate it.
Karina, if you could just, through the chair, if you could confirm where PERFMA is located. I did find the one where you're saying it's on page 2, but like Supervisor Church, I didn't see it on there. Is he listed somewhere else?
I do not have that in front of me right now, but I will double check, and if it's not, I will make sure it is.
It is listed on page 2 under the second to the bottom square under district appointments. It says Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency Board of Directors. It lists District 2 as the permanent seat, and as the alternate is District 3. In my seat, representing the Water Resource Agency, I'm the primary. Wendy Rudaskew is the alternate on there. It's Exhibit B.
Okay, we're missing.
It's on your...
Yeah, I believe you have 3 slides in front of you. It was just high level, but in your packets, along with the board, you do have all those.
It's on the electronic.
Again, for clarity, we're not making any decisions today. We're accepting this. We're going to consider it received. Great. Thank you so much, Karina. We appreciate it. And thanks for the support there, Claudia. Great work. All right. With that, we're going to go to item 18, which is a public hearing to consider adoption of an ordinance to make express findings that the county amendments to the 2025 California Building Standards Code are reasonably necessary due to local climate change, geological, topographical conditions, and that these changes or modifications are substantially equivalent to changes or modifications that were previously filed and were in effect as of September 30th, 2025. Much like the last, I'd like to open the public hearing officially and turn it over to Josh Boyne to give some brief remarks, and then we'll come back to the board and proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, Board. I'm here today with our triennial code adoption. So I'm here today for the local adoption of the 2025 California Building Standards Codes and our amendments to Title 18. We come here every 3 years to do this. This time we're here to adopt the 2025 local amendments we're here to re-adopt previously approved amendments. We didn't add any additional amendments. So we're here to recommend repealing the 2022 California Building Standards Codes with county amendments and adopt the 2025 California Building Standards Codes with the previously approved county amendments.
All right.
And staff's available for questions.
Thank you very much. With that, we're going to go to the public first. See if there's any public input on this item. Invite folks attending via Zoom to use the raise hand function to be recognized. Seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing portion, bring it back to the board to see if there's additional comments or action. I'd recommend moving staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Bowling, Mr. Knuckles, and Mr. Galagi. Appreciate the work. With that, we're going to go to 19, receiving a status report on the 25 county procurement of goods and services. We have Jaime Ayala with us. He knows this item is near and dear to my heart, so appreciate the presentation. Thank you, Jaime.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. And while we get situated, I want to kind of thank you guys for taking the time to receive this report. This is my first time, so I'm a little nervous. I apologize. But we'll get through this. We will get through this. So again, thank you, Board. Thank you, Chair. And thank you to staff, Susana, for helping me do this. And Jessica, who's out on leave right now, she put this whole presentation together, and the rest of the staff kind of put their input on it also. Next slide. Got it? Okay, so we're going to be briefly going through this, and you guys have asked us to bring this back and kind of give you a synopsis of where we are as far as spending dollars and how they all trend in. So we're going to be going through basically what we've spent in the fiscal year 2025, which starts at July 1st, 2024, and it goes through June 30th, 2025. And this procurement basically does all of our contracts and purchasing, the procurement reports, and any activities that the procurement department does. Next slide. Next one. Here we've got the business types that we currently have. We have several business types that businesses self-identify when they register or when we help them register. They have veterans, certified green, local business, minority, nonprofits, and small local businesses. Next slide. Now, what they can do is sometimes they can self-identify as several. One business can have 2 or 3. We have several businesses that identify as 2 or 3 of these, so that's why you might see some of these numbers kind of higher than others. But in general, they kind of stay the same. Next one. Next slide kind of shows you where we've been and that we've kind of stayed steady with these types of businesses, keeping the registration with the counties, and it kind of gives you an idea of where they're at. Next slide. Now spending, here we go. So we spent $340 million of county funds within the state of California. Of that money, $158 million was spent within the county of Monterey. And for the next slide, within that, we kind of spent a lot of that money with the local nonprofits. Next one. So total procurement peaked in 2025. Go to the next slide, please. Next one. No, go back. There. So total procurement peaked in 2024 with $495.9 million. And it dipped slightly in 2025. Now, California vendors consistently receive the largest amount, between $284 and $351 million annually. Monterey County vendors get $158 million of that, and of that $158 million, those go to local and self-identified businesses, which was $52 million. That's a 45% increase. Next one. Next one. So here, this is the information you guys asked us for last time, where you guys wanted us to break it down by zip code. And this kind of tells you where a lot of the money going to the various districts is going. And you can see District 1 and District 5 are receiving the largest share of it, which with about $60 million between both of them, with zip code 93942 and 93901 outstanding of the rest of them. So for procurements by district, so District 1 represented the largest portion of the overall spending, reflecting a major service and operational hubs. Spending levels across the district aligned with several needs and activities within each region. Next one. Now we jump into the procurement card, and Susana, thank you for managing that very well. So we have 554 open cards as of now, and we spent $9.9 $1.15 million. Of that, we got $103,000 back in rebate, which was done through responsive and strategic management through our department and through the ACO. Most of that spending was through rental car, airlines, and hotels in various organizations, various departments. Next one. Contract engagement. You guys have asked us to make sure that we advertise in the various agencies. We advertise in the Weekly and in the King City Rustler and the Salinas Valley Tribune to make sure that we reach as many of the local vendors as we can. So we've actively been doing that. Countywide, we also do county cooperative agreements, which Angelica Ruelas kind of oversees, and she's my counterpart in most of these, and she's kind of like my conscience. She keeps me sane. Digital solicitations. We also are actively pushing to get vendors to put in bids through our electronic system, which was processed through our ITD, and it's been working out pretty well. We also have the community outreach and engagement, which we do the Vendor Expo. Susana put that together last year in September 19th, 2025, and we had a really good turnout. We hosted 22 vendors, and approximately 150 people came through, and they met with the various vendors. And of those vendors, we had, I think, 2 actually come and register. And next slide. We also attended the Apex Accelerator, which is it's throughout the entire county. One of those vendors didn't know how to do business with the county, and they decided to come to the Vendor Expo, and they actually became registered with the county. They were one that we hadn't found. They were the window cleaning services, which we didn't have. We finally be able to get it. Yeah. Next one. Countywide service agreement. Should a department need any of these services, they will reach out directly and discuss their needs to approved vendors. This kind of helps them save time by not, having to go out to bid themselves, and we try to have as many of these as we possibly can. We have 80 agreements right now in place. Of these agreements, 39 are local, which is 49% of that, and a cumulative contract of $83.9 million. So that stays here within the community. Next one. Cooperatives consist of CSA contracts, GSA, NASPO, and Omnia partners, which make it a lot easier for county and local governments to do businesses with agencies. Next one. And surplus. We also do surplus. In 2024, we were able to save about $60,000 to the county by the surplus agency, and in 2025 it was a whopping $181,000. But that was because we helped our local San Benito County when they had their fire, and we donated a lot of our stuff to them. So that's why that number is slightly higher. We also do a lot of donations to local nonprofits, and we helped, you can see on here, a lot of local agencies were able to take advantage of it and save money, and that helps the community as a whole. Next one. Next one is our Public Records Act. We are actively doing public records, even though that's a non-funded position, but we average about 231 published records, that we receive. Of those, I think 19 of those were done manually, and the staff really kind of pushes through and get those out as soon as they can. The CPA Academy, we haven't had an academy in a while, and we're hoping that somehow we can get this going. I know a lot of people are asking about it. We've got quite a list growing of people wanting to do the academy, and the last time we had David and Shane kind of assist us with those, and they did a fabulous job of training our county departments. Professional procurement memberships, we have several through CAPO, NASPO, and MPI that assist us in continuing to grow and continuing to learn the various things that we got to get done and make sure that we keep you guys in the loop. Continuing with the professional memberships, the California Association of Procurement Officers has a chapter here. in the Monterey Bay chapter, and our vice chair is Dr. Deborah Wilson, and the treasurer is Arthur Curtright of the Sheriff's Office. We had our meeting here at the county at the cafeteria, and it was a really good turnout. We had over 50 people show up. With the Oracle system coming into place, hopefully in 2026, we're going to hopefully be able to bring this report more broad to you with more vendor information, contract transparency, and a solicitation portal that we hope will actually become more easily usable. And I think that's the gist of my presentation.
Thank you, Jaime. First, I'm going to take us out to the public here, see if there's any public input on this item. Invite folks to use the raise hand function, star 9 via landline to be recognized. I see no one coming forward in room, no one via Zoom, so I'll bring it back. I just want to open by saying thank you. I think this, for those that don't remember, was part of local preference ordinance discussion that happened long ago. Supervisor Salinas sat up here, and when we went through that, I was a staff kind of annoying him and said, make sure we get an annual report on this because I want to see the trend line of how much we're spending locally. And so being here today, being able to get these presentations regularly to see, just as you pointed out, that uptick in local purchases matters. We talk about the speed of the dollar as it revolves within the community, employing our neighbors and employing our own tax dollar to actually get people working in our community is important. So thank you for helping to keep track of this, and hopefully it gets a little easier under Oracle, but breaking it down by zip code also shows we need to focus a little bit on the 3rd district, the one lagging far behind there. But again, I know a lot of businesses are registered in Salinas, so I understand why. I'll open it up to my colleagues and see if they've got any input. Supervisor Askew.
Just a great big thank you, and thank you for doing the outreach. I know it makes a difference and gives some of our small businesses opportunities to engage and with contracts. Thank you.
And I'll just say I really appreciated the report. It was very informative for me, so I don't have any further comments, but thank you so much.
Supervisor Church.
Very good report. Thank you very much for the detail, and hopefully we'll get more dollars coming out of District 2.
All right. Great work, Jaime. Thank you so much again for bringing this forward, and we look forward to seeing you next year with some new numbers with higher figures coming out of Monterey County. You got your work cut out for you. Thank you, guys. All right. Having received that report, that was item 19, so we're going to recess the Board of Supervisors and recess into the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Let the record reflect that all members are present, with Supervisor Alejo joining us shortly. We've got a couple scheduled matters here, beginning with considering adopting a position regarding a request from Monterey Peninsula Water Management District. And so for that presentation and information, we're going to go to Ara for the background.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board. On the request from the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District on October 20th, 2025, the Management District's Board of Directors unanimously approved a request to the State Water Resources Control Board to modify a 2009 cease and desist order, and more specifically, Condition 2, which has limited the setting of new water meters and new water use within the Cal-Am service area on the Monterey Peninsula. In November, the way it ties back to the county, in November 12th, the Housing and Community Development Department asked the Planning Commission to begin a process to consider a water allocation policy for areas of the unincorporated Monterey County. And as part of that effort, the Water Resources Agency was asked, for its opinion regarding the request from the Water Management District. The request from the Water Management District and the opinion that we offer here today is really, relates to the facts that they have provided both to the State Board and as part of their public processes in considering this issue and related issues. In its application to the State Board, the district points to the fact that pumping from the Carmel River over the past 4 years has been within the legal limit, and that currently the supply of water to the peninsula is greater than demand, which is resulting in the ability to increase storage in the Seaside Groundwater Basin. The district also notes an August 2025 decision by the CPUC in which it has determined, that these supply surpluses would continue for the foreseeable future, and that's generally defined as, several years. And it also states agreement amongst the district, Cal-Am, and the CPUC that further diversions from the Carmel River will be capped at the legal limit. And lastly, with respect to the district's pledges to the state board, it is also proposing in its application improvements to the reporting requirements to give the state board the data it would need to ensure that the legally allowable amount of water from the Carmel River is not exceeded, and offers triggers to reinstate enforcement if it is. This question came before the agency's board of directors on November 17th, and the board took action to form an ad hoc committee to advise in the drafting of a letter of support. The issues raised by the directors and some of the members of the public that commented on this issue focus largely on the water supply concerns as they might relate to increased demands that could be created by a modification of the cease and desist order. And so we have captured those concerns in the board report, where we talk about the history of these supplies, the role that the Carmel River ASR project is making, the role that substantial water conservation efforts is making, the role that Pure Water Monterey plays in this, and of course, the role of the ongoing Cal-Am's work moving the Water Peninsula Water Supply Project forward. And so these issues, while related to the CDO, perhaps are really separate from them. And so we have attempted to capture those concerns and those realities again in the board report, and have focused on trying to keep the letter of support itself rather simple and straightforward. And so that is what is before you today. There is a draft letter in your packet for consideration, and we're happy to take any questions or work on any edits that the board sees fit.
I'll bring it to the dais first. Questions, comments from the dais?
I would have to post on it.
All right, so we'll take public comment on this at this point. Go ahead and open it up to folks here in the room and on Zoom, reminding folks via Zoom to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline to be recognized. We'll go with folks in the room first. I see Mr. Stratton coming forward, and we'll give him 2 minutes.
Hello, Supervisors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I want to first congratulate you on the budget conversation. Having listened to these for a number of years, I really appreciate and respect the comments that were new and original, I think, this year that have not happened in previous years. So I really appreciate the conversation. Cal-Am, we live on we have a water budget. We can't exceed what we don't have because we, as you know, don't get external water sources from here. We don't get Sierra Snowpack. We don't get benefit from the Colorado River. All of our water is sourced here locally. So we just want to make sure that, moving forward, that we don't over-allocate the water that we have here in the community. So we know, we acknowledge and understand the need to amend the CDO and to comply with RENA and other housing and business obligations that the community has. So we support the adjustment of it, but we also need to make sure that we move forward with the only drought-proof, reliable water source that the region has, which is desal. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stratton. Anyone else in the room? All right, we're going to go to Zoom. I see one hand up, Gary's PC.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board of Supervisors. Gary Curcio, today representing the Coalition of Peninsula Businesses. The draft correspondence does not reflect several key points that the report itself highlights. The letter as written makes no mention of the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project, even though it is the foundation of the peninsula's long-term water strategy. Leaving it out sends an incomplete message. It may be worth asking ARA at MCWRA how the draft letter ended up omitting this component, and I would encourage the board to revise the letter so it clearly acknowledges that any modification of the CDO should be accompanied by commitments to continue pursuing the long-term water supply solution the region depends on which is desal. Thank you for considering this request and for your continued leadership on these complicated water issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Curcio. I don't see any other hands up via Zoom and nobody coming forward in room, so I'll bring it back to the dais. Supervisor Daniels.
Sure, I'd be happy to speak at the end of this very long day. Thank you, Ara, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors for considering this letter of support, and thank you, Josh Stratton, for coming and also offering your support. One of the things that I want to be clear about, that I've been clear about in the past, as uncomfortable as it has been, is that the waters conversation in Monterey County is highly politicized. And we have to call that out whenever we see it. And so it's put me in a position on other boards that I sit on, where as a county board of supervisor, I had to bring up a conversation about, for example, the permanence of the recycled water project in terms of the long-term viability and availability. And on the same token, you know, when we're getting a request to talk about the desalination plant in a letter that needs to be very simple, because it's not asking for the cease and desist order to be lifted. It's asking for some flexibility in one condition that is in the cease and desist order that is going to impact Monterey County's ability in unincorporated Monterey County to even comply, I believe, with the housing element, right? Because the housing element is going to require zoning changes that we cannot do under Condition 2. And so what I want to be clear about is this isn't a request for increased use. It's a request for flexibility within a condition to set new meters and to rezone. And the cease and desist order is complete and intact with this request. So all the reporting that we're obligated to do and all of the guardrails that exist in terms of our relationship and our obligation to the State Water Board all are in place. And so I'm concerned that the request to ask this board to take a position on the desalination plant in this letter would muddy the waters and bring up a whole other conversation that doesn't need to be had for this simple request. I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the Water Management District did provide originally 2 letters to various people that it requested the support letters to come from. And one of those letters did take a position and added the desalination plant. But those were for entities that have already, I believe, taken a position. And so I think if we were to have that conversation here at this board, it would be a much longer conversation, and it would be less clear to the State Water Board when what we need is clarity that we as a board support this flexibility so 2 of our districts can move forward to build housing and finish our housing element in a way that is within the water that's available today. It's not asking for more water than exists. It's well within even and under the amount of water that the CPUC recently identified as our supply, and along with what they identified as our demand. And so I'm very comfortable with this request, and I want it to be simple, and I appreciate the work that was done, and I hope we can move forward today. Thank you.
Other supervisors. Supervisor Askew.
I'll just say I think that the letter that was presented to us, I got a bunch of stuff printed out, but the letter that I'm reading here, that there's no title on it, but it doesn't reference desalinization. I think it's a clear, simple, straightforward message. I support the letter that I'm looking at that I'm assuming came, I don't have the attachment number on it, which I should have had. But very clearly, I think everything that Supervisor Daniels just said around the politicization of these things, like we need to move forward, we need to be clear when things are clear, and leave the politics out. This is something that we need in order to be able to get the housing built that we need to get built. And we're all working towards that goal, I believe. So in the effort and the interest of those shared goals that we do have, let's not bring in controversial, unshared goals that are going to muddy the waters, literally, in this particular situation. So I fully support the letter that's been presented to us by staff.
Supervisor Church?
I think I support pretty much the position I think Supervisor Daniels has taken. I think it's addresses the issues and is reasonable approach at this point. So I'm going to back that as well.
I have to, I would say, I don't dispute the strategy that Supervisor Daniels outlined. Very charged issue, and I think that's why staff drafted it the way he did. But it is like, after seeing what happened with the Coastal Commission and the governor's office being involved, the state agencies monitoring it, not even referencing it, seems to take one side, right? Because it's not the total solution, but the desal was always seen as part of the solution, as it's part of the solution in other counties, in San Diego County and Orange County, other places that are exploring it. And it's an important future part of the solution in our water portfolio. And it's moving forward. It's made progress, although slow. But not to even reference it, that it's part of a future potential availability to address one of our greatest needs in the county. I think it's denying what is obvious to all of us, right? What's going on here. But I get the strategy argument here with others, but it seems like not even mentioning it, that in and of itself is not neutral either. Not even to reference an important project that has won approvals along the way and is moving forward despite the litigation.
Yeah, I'm struggling only because in the conversations that we had, it was made clear to me that there was support from the agencies responsible for desal, right? That in the end, they saw that as the solution, that they were clear. And as was said, there's a second letter out there somewhere that they've drafted for folks clearly stating that. Right, but to be here today saying, oh, but not in ours is a hard thing for me, given the structure of the where that water is originating. It's always been the fight, right, for me, that I do believe in the shorter than most people believe, long run, that water will be needed in the Salinas Valley. And without mentioning what that long-term source is, I'm feeling uncomfortable on that front.
Can I offer something to you?
I'm open here. I'm just, I mean.
And the reason being is this request is not asking for water that would be required by the desalination plant. There isn't even, I believe, an opportunity to use 2,000 acre-feet of water if you were to allocate every single legal lot of record on the Monterey Peninsula and issue them a meter and move forward with the projects that are in our housing element. And I just don't see that happening. And so what we would be doing by including it is actually creating an opportunity for the State Water Board even to question, well, is this community that's never been able to finish a water project and get a single large-scale water project that's regional over the finish line, are they going to be able to do the desal plant? And I'm not saying that we're not. I'm just saying it's actually adding another component to this letter that could give this agency pause. And I think if we were asking to lift the cease and desist order, that would be a whole different conversation that would require a lot more, analysis of what the impacts are going to be. But this is strictly about the fact that we take 3,376 acre-feet out of the Carmel River, and will this request for flexibility cause us to increase that 3,376 acre-feet? And the answer is no. And so taking the opportunity to weigh in on a highly politicized and charged issue in Districts 4 and Districts 5 is going to, or on the Monterey Peninsula, is going to be a much larger conversation that has nothing to do with what's in this request. This request is in a location in an underutilized commercial property that I want to make housing. Can I change the zoning to residential? Can I add a meter where that used to be a garage and I want to make a low-income housing development? I'm the city of Monterey, and can I do that? Like these are the things that we're getting stopped from doing. And so the point I was trying to make about the CPUC is the CPUC said we're going to need 14,000 acre feet and some change in the next 50 years, right? And everybody applauded that wants this included in the letter. And they also said your demand is 11,000 something acre feet per year. And we also know that if you take the 3-year average, we've only used 9,000 and some change. And if you do the 5-year average, it's even less than that. So there's so much safety built into this request for flexibility that it feels wrong. And like I said, I'm going to say this to my colleagues on the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District when I think we're being overly political and we're doing things that are not based in fact, and I'm going to say it to you all here today. The conversation about the desalination plant is not it's apples and oranges, and it's a political choice to include this in this letter. And I would go as far as to say, and I don't know why he did it, but if Mr. Stoltz sent out a letter for folks that had the desal plant in it, it was a political decision to try to get them to still lend support, and he handed them a carrot. But it's not because it has anything to do with this conversation. So, it sounds like we have support for this letter. I'm, fine with that, but I've got to call it out where I see it, because I'm not going to swear, I almost did. But if we keep doing this, it is the senior citizens in my district that I grew up with, their children that are living in their cars along Carmel Valley Road and at the mouth of Carmel Valley. It's the 2,000 children in Wendy's district that are unhoused in the school district out of less than 10,000 children. And that is the result of the politicization of our water supply that's gone on for years. And we have to call it out. It's not fair. And so I don't think the desal plant has any place in this conversation unless the goal is political and to prove a point. Thank you.
And I want to be clear on my end. It's more, again, I see it through the lens of your district, and now I want to put it through the lens of mine, right? And just ask this clear question of ARA. The new meters that will be set, will they be dependent on waters that originated in either the Salinas River or as Salinas groundwater, remanufactured, recycled, and then put into the supply on the peninsula?
I think that's hard to say just, off the cuff, Supervisor. We are in a position currently and will remain in a position for the foreseeable future where we are producing more supply than there is demand, and that supply is being stored in the Seaside Basin. And so, is there a moment in time where those lines break? Yeah, I suspect so, and certainly the CPUC suspects so as well. When asked that question, the Water Management District's answer has been, yeah, desal. So, I think for me, from the agency's perspective, they are two different things. The CDO is more of a demand side issue, not a supply side issue. We've had the supply side conversation with the Water Management District and some of its jurisdictions about approaching the allocation of this water cautiously, because the Water Management District has acknowledged that that supply is interruptible and it is subject to repurposing. It's, in their estimation, several years down the road. And so that's kind of what gives us this buffer that we're experiencing right now. And so I think for the time being, where we are and with the reporting and the enforcement actions that are included in the request, we're in a reasonably good position to be able to support this from the resource management perspective. The desal thing, as folks have noted, it's moving. The Coastal Commission has approved it more recently. The CPUC, there's steady progress there. It's not within the purview of the agency, right? We have no authority over that. We're not engaged in it. And so that's why I felt it better to just not get into it.
So again, for me, it ties back to that source piece. And I get it. I understand where you're coming from, and I get that we might not be able to find the common ground today on this. But to me, it's not just the pure desal, right? It's the current source. And that to me is the challenge, knowing what the vision is for the Salinas Valley for itself. And that's the piece that to me is not currently aligned with, right, what I'm hearing and the willingness to say, well, this is a big picture question. And that to me is a challenge given where we are. But again, I hear the support and I'm good with that. And to me, it's not pure politics. It's that big concern about putting on our face mask in this valley, because as we've seen throughout the United States, when a community is dependent on water for human consumption, all other users are told to shut off the tap. And if that concern comes to bear at some point in a heavy drought, that means my people lose work, my people lose opportunity. And it's the breaking down of a wall that puts my communities at risk, without saying, but we're committed to seeing through this bigger solution that will long-term solve it. I feel like we're solving a piece, not the bigger piece. And I hear you, but
The letter, though, doesn't say that we've been putting ASR water into the ground for years now. And I've sat on the board this entire year of the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District. We've never pulled out a drop. So we've only put it in. It's just storage, and we're not taking any out. And that was even, in advance of expansion coming online. So there are other projects. If you're going to cite projects, you'd want to cite them all. I'm trying to reassure you that it's not completely dependent on the source waters you're concerned about. There's other supply that is going into the ground that is not being extracted. It's just being stored over the same period of time.
Supervisor Church had his hand up.
We need housing, and water is a big role in that housing. We just dealt with an ADU issue, and the coastal areas that have some water issues that's taken years to develop. That's going to provide some housing. This provides some housing, and I look at that in the whole picture of what we're needing to do. And yes, this is a politicized issue in districts 4 and 5, but in districts 1, 2, and 3, it's a politicized issue between the valley and the peninsula, between the north part and the south part of the valley. And as I pointed out, in North County, which again has half of the unincorporated population, would be the second largest city, if it was a city, is consistently ignored because it's not part of the valley and it's not part of the peninsula. So it's we have a complicated, highly politicized problem that's going to take all solutions to solve eventually when it comes down to it, because we're going to need water for housing. We're going to need water so we can continue with our two biggest industries, which include tourism and agriculture. And there have to be solutions that take into consideration all of these. And it means everybody who is currently in their corners, essentially, arguing for their piece of the pie, and usually arguing for a bigger piece of the pie than everybody else is getting, is eventually going to have to sit down, and we're going to all have to compromise. We're all going to have to go through and decide that, yes, what my neighbor needs is just as important as what I need. And that's how we're going to find a solution out of this. And it isn't where we include desal in this letter or not, or however we approach it, because it frankly is when we look down the long term on 25 years from now, whether it's now or then, desal is part of the discussion. There's going to be other parts that are going to be in discussions that we're not even discussing right now, I'm sure, that are going to come up. We're going to have to find some way to work together on this, and we've got to take that into consideration with housing, with ag, with tourism, with all our businesses, with our people that are living here, with the people that come and visit here. And it means, as I say, again, we're just going to have to be willing to compromise. I see this as an opportunity to address some housing issues over on the peninsula, which are badly needed, but there's a bigger issue at stake here. And, one of the issues that have not been, I keep bringing up, has to be addressed because it's going to affect water on the peninsula. It's going to affect water over here on the valley, is when Ag Order 4.0 comes into impact in a few years. That's going to have a huge impact. It's going to dry up. It's going to dry up a lot of those water reserves that are being counted on over from the peninsula, and we've got to start taking a look at that. But, at the same time, we're going to have a big discussion coming up in this county over these next few months and the valley on demand management and on $1 billion project that's being talked about. I have no idea how we're even paying for that. And so there's a whole range of issues that have to be discussed. Plus, we've got the dams. I mean, we when you look at the costs that we're looking at, maybe, we should start investing in a printing press. I don't know, because we need to have money. And, we talked about the budget issues a little earlier. I mean, this looks like penny ante stuff compared to what we're facing right now. But we've got to work together. That's what it's going to come down to. I'm going to support this as one step, at least dealing with some of this housing. But, if water dries up and we don't have solutions, we're going to have to go back and reinforce this ban.
All right. I think it's clear where the votes are. Is there a motion?
I'll move and say we're going to have another opportunity when we have the allocation conversation to really go into part 2 of this conversation. So there is more to come, but I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Second. All right, there's a motion and a second. I'm going to ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. 3-2, vote carries. Thank you. All right, we've concluded that item. With that, we have got a bigger presentation on the deep aquifer, so we're going to go back to R for that one.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Amy Woodrow, Senior Hydrologist at the Water Resources Agency. I'm going to take the first part of this presentation and talk to you about the monitoring plan for the deep aquifers. Just as a refresher, in 2024, a deep aquifer study was completed and it was brought to this board, among others. The study included a number of recommendations, one of which was refining the monitoring networks that covered the entirety of the deep aquifer's extent, which was defined in the study. In response to that, one part of the recommendations, the agency worked with a number of other entities in the county that have water management jurisdiction over some portion of the deep aquifers. They're listed here on the screen. And the outcome of that work was preparation of a document that we've called the monitoring plan for the deep aquifers in the Salinas Valley groundwater basin. The entirety of the plan was included in the agenda packet, and we'll just touch on a couple highlights of that today. The deep aquifers extent covers a large geographic space, and there are a number of different parties that have some responsibility over a portion of that extent. What we're trying to do with this monitoring plan is capture the work that's currently happening for monitoring groundwater in the deep aquifers, also looking to identify data gaps and discuss an approach for how we can minimize those in the future and enhance the network, and looking to do all of this really collectively with all of the different partner agencies so that we have a regional understanding that's consistent of the conditions in the deep aquifers throughout the county. The monitoring plan also includes a mechanism for doing a regular review of the data that we're collecting and taking the opportunity to discuss improvements or refinements that might be needed to the network. The map that you see here on the right, the colored areas are the extent of the deep aquifers, so sort of the orange and yellows. So we're looking to, cover data collection across that whole area. There are 3 main categories of data, looking to understand groundwater extraction and injection, groundwater elevations, and groundwater quality. So there's a different frequency that these parameters are measured. What this monitoring plan is looking to do is make sure that all of the participating entities are doing that data collection on the same frequency so that we have a comparable data set that covers the entire geographic extent. And then, as I mentioned, there are a number of different wells that we're using. A lot of these are privately owned wells that we have the opportunity to collect data from. Others are dedicated monitoring well sites, many of which are owned by the Water Resources Agency or other partner agencies such as the Marina Coast Water District, GSA. The monitoring plan did, as I mentioned, also identify data gaps. Those are the areas within the red circle that you see on the map there. The monitoring plan is not providing a schedule or a funding mechanism for filling these data gaps, but at this point, it's just identifying where those are so that collectively we can understand, where there may be a need to improve the network going forward. And then finally, I mentioned there's an annual assessment mechanism that's part of the monitoring plan, just making sure that we're keeping it robust and relevant and taking opportunities to make improvements as they might arise. And then I'll turn things over to Ara.
And so, as Amy mentioned, the deep aquifers it doesn't respect political boundaries. It is its own beast, and so there are 5 different entities that have some form of responsibility for monitoring and management over the deep aquifers. And so, we decided to enter into a memorandum of understanding so that we could collectively together, in a very general way, describe who's doing what. And so it talks about what entity is doing what work in what jurisdiction, how the costs are being borne, and essentially each entity is absorbing the costs to do the work within their jurisdiction. It expresses the commitment to cooperate with the implementation of the monitoring plan, and perhaps more importantly, with the opportunity to get together on an annual basis and revisit the plan. Does it need to be more or less, and how do we move it forward? So trying to bring some uniformity to how this is done, trying to bring some understanding when staff at agencies change, when directors and supervisors change, or for the public that's interested and might be tracking this, how is this all going to work? And so those are kind of the simple reasons for pursuing the memorandum of understanding. So it's fairly straightforward, and it does provide for each agency to withdraw for any reason or no reason at all if it so chooses. But that's basically what we're trying to accomplish through the existence of the MOU. And to Supervisor Church's observation that, us working together is the path forward, this is certainly an example of that.
And I think I just wanted to jump in and just acknowledge that the agency's work on this to prepare the monitoring plan was funded through a subgrant with the Salinas Valley Basin GSA, so another opportunity we had to collaborate with our partners on that. And then just some alignment with the agency's strategic plan that was in here as well. And we'll bring it back to the board. Thank you.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Church.
Sure. I want to thank Ara, Amy, for the work and the expansion on trying to understand the deep aquifer. It's moving ahead. And as you say, this is something to get different agencies. And that's one of the problems. We're not just talking about political interests out there. We're talking about different agencies that are overlapping a lot, and this is some way to try to clarify some of this. Could we go back to a couple of slides first, 4 and then 5? And again, I have brought up repeatedly about how there is a lack of knowledge of understanding what's going on with this deep aquifer, and I know that there's efforts to try to go through and take some kind of different actions onto it, on protecting it or whatever, but for me, it's hard to go through and do this when we have such a vacuum of understanding onto it. And when I look at this, I can see the northern, the southern, and the western side are sort of undefined. We don't know what's going on right there. I notice on this slide, it's we have it broken up into regions, and yet this isn't like subbasins like we're talking about the 180-400. this is all, as we understand it now, this is all just one big aquifer. So the lines that we have there are more just sort of nebulous political ones. Is that what I'm understanding what you have here?
Those lines were based on data that came from the Deep Aquifers study, and part of it is actually geologically based, and part of it is also, I know there are some water quality differences that we observe in the deep aquifers. For example, the northern region is a little bit different than conditions in that southeastern region. So a lot of these are based on data that were collected during the deep aquifers study.
So you're picking up differences on the water. I mean, they are connected or they are not connected?
They are connected, yes, hydrologically.
What are the differences that you're seeing there? I mean, this is the first I've heard of that, so I'm sure they're kind of intriguing.
Yeah, one of the things I know that's observed is a pH difference, and some of that just comes from the qualities of the geologic formation that the water is moving through. So again, they're all connected, but the rocks and the soils that the water is moving through do vary across that extent of the deep aquifers.
Okay. All right. Well, that's very interesting. So the next page you could go to, and I know you identified a couple of data gaps here, and it's data gaps where we have sort of wells within the main part of the aquifer, we'll call it. But I notice, we haven't identified it, but I notice it is particularly to the very far north and the south. There's hatched areas, and especially in the northern part, there's a lot of people up there. I would hope we could move in and try to do some research up there, identify where the boundaries of this are going, what there is, because I think it's important to understand, how big this is. We don't know how much water is there. We don't know how much we're using every year. We don't, really understand what the recharge is onto it, and yet, when we look at it, urban use is almost the same as agricultural use, or shall be probably in a few years with the current trends going forth, especially with some of the build-outs going out in Salinas. And we just need as much data as possible. And, the southern part there, with all due respect to District 3, I don't think there's too many people living down there. But on the northern part, there are quite a few people living up there. And and how that interacts is really important. So I'm just encouraging that we try to move into that direction to get that understanding of those boundaries. And I believe there's something else, actually a good chunk over there, and I missed this over on the east side too, in the Langley area there, or the east side, I guess it is. These, we have hatched marks, it may be bigger or maybe smaller than that. We don't know. So,
Understood, yeah.
but thank you for making efforts to move ahead. I've been pretty outspoken about the deep aquifer, but I appreciate, the efforts that you're moving ahead onto there as we try to understand.
Yeah, I'll just say I'm supportive of moving forward with this. I think, deep aquifer water is the water that Marina exists on. It's really the lifeline of our community, and to have the data that allows us to make science-based decisions, to protect and adjust where needed. Without the data, it's really hard to make those decisions. And so I think we need the monitoring plan so that we have the data to be able to figure out the best path forward. So I'm supportive, and I think that one question I had was around public transparency. The Brown acted. There's a committee being formed.
Well, it's a technical committee, right? It's the hydrologists from the various agencies
Just a technical committee.
Yeah,
Technical system.
getting
Okay.
together on an annual basis. Each entity, and I want to thank all of them, right? Because they've all been a part of crafting this cooperative effort. Each entity will continue to report out, through its normal processes, and so there'll be plenty of opportunity for public engagement.
Okay, fantastic. So all of the technical advisory committee and then all of the continuing reporting that's occurring will happen. So people will be able to see what's happening. We'll be able to get the data that's shared equally among everyone. Thank you. And I'm supportive.
Supervisor Alejo, you're good? Supervisor Daniels, Good. All right, let's take this out to the public, see if there's any public input on this item. Nobody coming forward? No hands up via Zoom, we'll bring it back. Yeah, I think my one big question that we still cannot find a solution for or an answer to is how it recharges, right? Speaking to that hash in the south that you talked about, that's right at the opening of the Arroyo Seco, which most people believe is the largest filler based on quality of water, but there's no proof of that, right? But again, part of that big question of speed of recovery, speed of percolation down to that level, and then source water. And, I've always heard the rumors, it comes from the Sierras. That's, it's beautiful legends, and the dinosaurs drank the water, all the great things you hear when you're drinking Paso wine. No, that's not a shot at my friends from SLO. Just recognition that big picture, how it all plays together is really important. And so appreciate the plan that's laid out here to keep us looking forward and trying to find better answers to questions that have long plagued our communities. And so with that, I'll turn and see if there's a motion to approve staff recommendation.
I'll move to approve staff recommendations.
All right, I've got a motion. Is there a second? All right, I've got a second from Askew. I will ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ara. Thank you, Amy. With that, we've concluded in this agenda for today. We're going to recess and reconvene the Board of Supervisors. And reconvening, let the record show that all members are present. I've got 3 responses to referrals, but the board has decided to push these to tomorrow to keep our schedule moving. So what I'm going to do at this point is just call out that items 21, 22, and 23 will be pushed to tomorrow, and we're going to recess. But as part of this recess, we're going to allow for comments to be made in memory of both Helen Rucker and Kay Russo. And I will turn to my colleagues and see who wishes to go first with these 2. I'm going to call them adjourning memories, even though we're not adjourning. That's the difficult thing I'm struggling with here.
Yeah, and I think we have some photographs as well that we'd asked to have ready to be shared. And I'm happy to step in and go first. Great. I spent a portion of my morning reading an email from some folks that had put together a beautiful tribute in memory of the legacy that Helen Rucker has left to our county. Helen Rucker, do we have that? Oh, yep, perfect. Thank you. Some of the thoughts that I'd put together in thinking about Helen, that Seaside may still be waiting to elect its first woman mayor, but Helen Rucker showed us that leadership and impact come in many forms. She didn't just live through history, she shaped a more just future for all of us. Born in segregated Louisiana 93 years ago, Helen Rucker overcame discrimination that tried to limit her access to education and opportunity. Instead, she earned her degree, became the first African American to graduate from LSU's library science program at age 18, and got to work building a better world. In Seaside and on the Monterey Peninsula, Helen raised her family and spent 24 years inspiring students as a teacher and a librarian. She served her community as a city council member, as mayor pro tem, as a school board trustee, and as president of the Monterey County NAACP, always ensuring that the doors she opened stayed open for others. I knew Helen as a relentless believer in democracy. We met many times in her voter education center, where she worked to ensure that every resident could participate fully in active life. And during the 5 years that I served on the MPUSD school board, Helen sat in the front row, always in the same seat, watching over us, advising us, and holding all of us accountable to the values that built this community. I can tell you that I'm a better leader because of Helen and because of the way that she invested in me and the leaders around me. And we're all better because Helen never gave up on the promise of justice. Her legacy, as is clear in talking to folks in the community who reflect on the ways that she touched their lives, her legacy lives on in the students that she lifted up, the civic leaders that she mentored, and the institutions that carry her name, including the Helen Rucker Center for Black Excellence at CSUMB. There's many others as well. So as we adjourn at this meeting in honor and in celebration of the incredible life that Helen Rucker lived, may we continue the work that she dedicated her life to, ensuring that every child has access to opportunity, every voice is valued, and every community is seen. My heart is with Helen's family, with Denise, with her son, and all who loved her. And may we continue to rise to meet the moment that Helen showed us is possible, even when times are dark. So in honor and memory of Helen Rucker, thank you for the opportunity to adjourn this meeting.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. And I will try to get through this without being emotional. I mean, I love, I've got the backups here, but for some reason, like community, it's one of the things that got me to run for office was this desire, and your comments about Helen just got me. But we have such a big responsibility here as supervisors to ensure that our community is strong and sustainable. And the woman that I'm recognizing today, Kay Russo, if you grew up in the city of Monterey or had any connection through with Parks and Rec, you knew Kay Russo when you were growing up because she'd be there with her City of Monterey jacket and, you know, checking in on the after-school programs, checking in on the holiday programs, checking in on the summer camps that the city ran. And we are all indebted to her. So there was a really beautiful write-up that was on the Italian Heritage Society website. And I'm just going to pull a few things that my dear Chief of Staff highlighted for me throughout this entire long bio for me to just share with all of you so you can leave today knowing a little bit about this incredible woman that we have lost on the Monterey Peninsula. She was born at the Monterey Hospital to her loving parents, Anne and Allie Russo. She grew up on Clay Street in the heart of what the website refers to as Spaghetti Hill. We don't quite call it that anymore, but in the heart of Spaghetti Hill, in keeping with the Sicilian culture, her family members were all fishermen. She attended Thomas O. Larkin School, which is where her interest in recreation began. She was a graduate of San Carlos School, Junipero Memorial High School, Monterey Peninsula College, and San Jose State University. Her earliest job was playground leader, which was a lot of our earliest jobs, too, growing up on the Monterey Peninsula. And she studied to be a history teacher and would come home each weekend when she was in college and work at Dennis the Menace Park, and also at night at the Monterey Youth Center. Her boss was Pete Aldretti, and he suggested that she switch majors while she was in college and join the Parks and Rec department or transfer into the field of Parks and Rec. And she took his advice and got a degree in Parks and Rec. And when the job of recreation supervisor opened up in the city of Monterey, Pete Aldretti encouraged her to apply. She did, and that's where it all began. But one of the things I remember that is, I think, of note is that if you were a kid at Whispering Pines Day Camp in the 1970s and the 1980s, we had a special program for special needs children. And we still Whispering Pines, I didn't know it still existed, but she, as supervisor, planned that program. And it was really one of a kind that we're indebted to Kay for that program. In addition, Camp Quien-Sabe, which was at Toro Park when it first launched. Which was in Big Sur when it first launched, and later at Toro Park. Winter Wonderland, which I used to go to, Easter Funland, annual pumpkin carving contests, egg hunts, Christmas tree lightings, La Posada, trips to the skating rink, Santa Cruz Boardwalk, Marine World, Kids Day at the Fair. These were all things we got to do because of the programs Kay Russo created through the city of Monterey, and so many more. Her bio goes on to a full career in Parks and Rec at the city of Monterey. But her biggest challenge was the development and the building of the Monterey Sports Center. And it became a crown jewel of facilities like it in the state of California and a model for others to emulate throughout the state. She still vividly, in this bio, she reported, vividly remembering opening day when she looked across the street to see hundreds of families eagerly waiting to come in for a tour, all mostly Monterey people excited about this huge major accomplishment. So I want to just take this moment to really thank community members like Kay Russo take this opportunity to really say that our community is what it is because of the commitment and the love and the service that we do in our community. And she was an exemplary person in that regard. And so I'll read the very last paragraph of this wonderful bio in the Italian Heritage Society website. For Kay, it wasn't just a job. It was a lifelong act of love, commitment, sacrifice, and service to the people. She had maintained that she couldn't have done her job in recreation without all the fantastic recreation staff that worked for her. I was one of those. And with her, and Wendy Askew too. Each of them made the programs a success and a gift to the community. So thank you, Kay Russo. You will be deeply missed, and we are who we are today in Monterey County because of you and your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisors. And with that, we're going to go ahead and recess in their honor to tomorrow morning. The board will be reconvening now in closed session. We will not be reporting out tonight on the outcomes of this closed session. We'll do that tomorrow as we reconvene today's meeting then. Is that correct, Council?
Correct. We will report out of closed session tomorrow. We're recessing into closed session, which will also continue to tomorrow morning. And then the open session at 9, and then the open session will be at 10:30.
Correct. All right, so we'll see you for open session here at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
And may they rest in peace.